Chair Bridgeman, we're live on YouTube.
Thanks, Lauren. Okay. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to our Special Planning Committee and Official Plan Review Working Committee meeting. It's April 26th, and it's nice and sunny here, which is nice and great. So I'm going to call this to order at 9:02, our meeting to order at 9:02. I am verbally confirming members who are present from our Planning Committee. It's just Councillor Nishikawa, who we don't see quite yet. And in terms of our working committee, we have everybody present. So a quorum is here. Input for this agenda was invited following the email, invited at the following email address, planning@muskokalakes.ca. I don't believe we received anything, and today's meeting is being live streamed and recorded on the Township of Muskoka Lakes website and YouTube channel. By participating in the open public meeting today, you are consenting to your image, voice, and comments being recorded and posted online. There is no supplementary agenda today, and I'm going to now ask if we have anybody with a pecuniary interest today. Okay, seeing none, then I think it's time to get into our agenda. I just want to relax the rules a little bit for our meeting. And this is moved by Councillor Jaglowitz, seconded by Councillor Mazan. Be it resolved that pursuant to section 2.3.2 of the Township's procedural bylaw 2019-079, the rules of procedure are hereby suspended for the duration of the official plan review of the first draft, and that they be reinstated at the conclusion of the review. All in favor? Madam Clerk? Okay, thank you. That carries. All right. So we are going to start into our meeting today. I want to take a few minutes to review the process and perhaps take us in a bit of a different direction on this. I know the meetings have been long. It's this number of people. It has had some challenges. So I'm proposing to our entire committee today that it looks like this. We will finish our policy directions with Mr. McDonald and Mr. Dyment that we have left to do. I would like to then have a look at circling back to resorts, and also one other concept that we haven't really talked about yet. Then the thought is that Mr. McDonald and Mr. Dyment produce the second draft based on what our input has been so far. We're not quite sure, obviously, what that looks like just yet. And once that has been produced, the steering committee will take that draft and they will work as they were first proposed to work on that. And they will bring their recommendations forward to just the planning committee back out in the general public. So that the steering committee will end up taking back all of those notes that we talked about we were going to review afterwards. I think we can rely on our steering committee. We have members of our public there. We have a cross section to review all of this and then to bring it back to planning committee with their recommendations of the second draft before it goes out to the public. So that is what I am proposing today. Are there any questions on that? Everybody good with that? I think it makes far more sense from a procedural standpoint. So if I could get a nodding of heads. Okay, great. All right then. All right, Mr. McDonald, then I believe what we're going to do is turn this over to you again. And then when we're finished that list, we will go back to resorts a little because we didn't have a lot of time with that. And excuse me, one other concept that I would like to introduce just before you start writing so it can go back to the steering committee also before it comes back to us.
Great, Chair Bridgeman, thank you very much. That's great. I'm happy to sort of change the format whatever way we have to sort of get through this. The only other thing I'd add into the mix is I did prepare that change document that identified those specific changes made. And I'm certainly content to prepare another draft but I think it would be good to have direction on whether any of those policy directions that led to those very specific changes made to OP policy, such as increasing lot frontages and so on. There was some limited discussion on that, so I had some direction on that before we proceeded. Everything else sounds great, but unless I do get that direction, the policies will look basically the same coming back the second time around as it relates to those items on that table. So I'll leave that with you, Chair Bridgeman, and perhaps that could be another conversation, perhaps at a break or something like that, and we can figure out what to do with that. Okay.
That makes sense. Please take it away.
Great, thank you very much. All right, so we ended up last week or a week and a half ago talking about a whole bunch of policy directions. I believe we ended up finishing number 21, which dealt with employee accommodation and resort properties. I expect we'll get back to that. So I'm going to jump to policy direction number 22, which deals with mineral resources, resource uses adjacent to the waterfront areas. And this policy direction was pretty lengthy, and basically it was all about updating the township's OP such that it is consistent with the provincial policy statement and also in conformity with the updated District of Muskoka official plan as well. And what we did is included detailed application requirements for new resource uses with consideration of impacts on a whole series of items, including natural heritage, adjacent and nearby existing or planned land uses, and so on. I do know there was some discussion on this particular section early on, and some direction was provided with respect to the 2 kilometer restriction on crushing from the waterfront area. So that direction was provided. I do know that there was some discussion initiated by a few members of committee on changes to this particular section. So I guess with that being said, I'm happy to take any comments on this section at this time. I have seen the materials provided earlier. Some good stuff in there, something I can certainly take a look at moving forward and preparing a second draft. I haven't spent a lot of time with it, but I'm certainly open to having a conversation on this section at this time. So with that, Chair Bridgeman, it's back to you and whoever wishes to provide that input.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. McDonald. Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, and through you, Madam Chair. I've given this a lot of thought and discussed it with a lot of people. And what I'm arriving on is that the first draft of Section K, as written, is significantly weakened the township's historical position on aggregates, omitted current official plan vital policies and clauses, does not support the current township aggregate objectives or strategic plan, and does not include many of the policy directions identified at the summer of 2019 information sharing session, at the policy direction planning committee and official plan review working committee meetings, or at the public meetings. And is mostly the content is a recap of the policy statement directives. Respectfully, Madam Chair, I ask that the committee, and now that with insight that that the working committee will have an opportunity to review the second draft before it goes out to the public. I think that'll be an opportune time for us to discuss some of the changes that were proposed. But we need a second draft with primary focus on the township objectives, with attention to the policy directions communicated during the numerous meetings, with the reinsertion of the relevant current OP stipulations, conditions, and limitations, and make it more straightforward with less emphasis on reiterating the policy directions. So that's what I think that, and now given that what the statement earlier on in the meeting is that we can achieve that through the working committee. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Roberts. I think, Mr. McDonald, you already have some of the input from Mr. Roberts. You understand what he's trying to say, right?
Yes, I do. That was pretty well choreographed. So I do get that. There's lots for me to think of, and certainly in writing new policy, I do take into account what the existing policies say and what they are. And I do make a judgment when I write new policy, and sometimes those judgment results in some of the existing policy directions not being carried forward. So I completely get that. So certainly I'll take a run at it. One thing I'll mention, and this goes for everything I write in this OP, that everything I put forward, I feel I can personally defend as a planner. So I have to leave that out there as well too. And at some point there will be conversations where there may be direction provided, and my response will be, well, I'm not sure I can support that direction. Let's talk about it and figure out a way forward. But I'll just leave that out there as well for discussion purposes in the future. Thank you.
Fair enough. Member Arnie.
That sounded right, Jen.
Thank you, Chair Bridgeman, and good morning, everyone. My concern is not in your list of directions, but it goes to K3.1, the demonstration of need. I'd just like a further explanation as to how that actually fits with the ARA. I do know I spoke to the Penn Lake OMB, and architectural stone, I think, was a consideration in that decision. But dimensional stone, there is no distinction in the ARA, and there is no demonstration, there's no need for a demonstration of need. So I'm just wondering what kind, I love it, but I wonder what kind of teeth that section has. Thank you.
Thank you, through you, Chair Bridgeman, to Member Arnie or Councillor Arnie. So I guess the challenge is that the ARA doesn't provide any distinctions between the type of aggregate. There was one OMB decision in Lake of Bays that dealt with dimensional stone. I included a similar policy within the district plan, and the province was very unhappy about that particular policy. So I'm suggesting it again because I believe that dimensional stone personally is a different, is something different than the type of stone required for infrastructure or construction. I've put forward that opinion in other forums in Southern Ontario in the past. The province never agrees with me, but sometimes it's good to have a disagreement with the province on a few things here or there. So I'd like to continue advancing that. The district, interestingly, might modify that out when they get the document on their desk as well because of direction from the province. But I do believe that there is a distinction that should be made between dimensional stone and stone required for infrastructure and construction. So I'd like to keep it in and see how far we get with it.
Supplemental, if I may?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, I appreciate that. I saw it in the district, of course, as well. I'm just wondering if the language in our OP should not include continuing to push to convince the province that this is very important to Muskoka, because if, you know, unless there is something, our granite is not replaceable. And just a thought.
Oh, do you want to respond to that? Are you taking
Certainly
that in?
we'll consider that further and looking at the wording to see if it's the right wording or not, but certainly something to think about moving forward. I mean, granite and bedrock is basically everywhere. That's why it's not mapped in the district, because it is everywhere. But your point is well taken, and I'll give that some further thought before writing the next draft.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Zavit.
Thank you, and good morning, all. I just wanted to not talk about aggregate for just a moment, but to go back to process. And my peer, Councillor Roberts, I do support the working committee in their efforts, and I would both champion them, and I would also defer to them as a member of the planning committee and of council. I do appreciate the work they're doing. I did appreciate the note this morning on some of that input, and I would hope that would continue and in fact flourish. So I like the idea of their continued involvement, and I'm actually willing to defer to that. So thank you very much for that.
Okay, well, we will certainly look at the recommendations that come back from them with the second draft and all the hard work that's being put forward by them. Okay, I believe, Mr. McDonald, that's it for this section.
Great. That was relatively painless, so that's good. Clearly, a very interesting topic, certainly in the township. So I fully get that, and I'll certainly be thinking a lot about this section when preparing the next draft. So the next policy direction deals with format and organization. So this is a simple policy direction. We really just wanted to discuss with you at the time these policy directions were being prepared how we would organize and structure the official plan. We followed somewhat the format of the district's plan in preparing this plan, but we did make some changes along the way. For example, the waterfront designation is very, very detailed, much more detailed than the district's plan. But we certainly made an effort to try to create a structure that was similar enough so people can look at two plans and figure out what was going on. We did make an effort throughout the process to carry forward many of the existing cornerstone policies in your existing plan. Clearly, we haven't carried forward every one of those cornerstone policies, so certainly something for us to think about. So I'm not sure how much discussion is required on this particular policy direction, but if anyone has any thoughts or comments on how the current draft is organized from any perspective, we're all ears in terms of getting that feedback before preparing a next draft.
Okay, thank you. I am not seeing any comments here, so I think we're.
Great.
Oh, wait a minute. I see Councillor Edwards.
Thank you. Just to remind Nick, I'd like to see everything that's metric have the imperial in brackets in the next one so people that are a little older can understand it. I would appreciate that, sir. Thank you.
Member Arnie.
Thank you for that, Councillor Edwards, through Chair. I had expressed earlier a concern about section L, general development policies. I think within that conglomerate, some of those policies could be shifted out into other areas because there is a lot of back and forth, and some of them do relate, I think, to other areas that are in the document. And I apologize, I haven't gone through and actually sorted them out. I had a couple, but I think that would make it a little easier to handle. Thank you.
Okay, I believe that is it for this section then, Mr. McDonald.
Great, thank you very much. And yes, we will put in imperial measurements next time around. Section L is basically the catch-all where everything goes that doesn't necessarily have a home somewhere else. But as we were preparing that section, it kept on getting longer and longer and longer. So it does require a refresh. So we will certainly do that. Next one is relatively straightforward as well, definitions and illustrations. So it basically, the policy direction was to make the OP as user-friendly as possible by including illustrations, which we have not done at this point, and also by including definitions, which we have done. The definitions included within the draft are exclusively from the provincial policy statement. It used to be that definitions weren't in official plans, but they have been included in many OPs over the last 10 years. So we're doing the same thing. The challenge we have in carrying out planning is that with so many defined terms, it's almost like we have to include those definitions or else somebody has to go look at another document to figure out what that means. So that's why we've done that. So pretty straightforward. So we have included definitions. There was a comment made at one of the meetings that perhaps some local definitions could be included. I'm not sure what those look like at this point, but certainly we'll keep that in mind. Are there any comments or suggestions on definitions and illustrations at this point?
Committee, Councillor Jaglowitz.
Can you hear me? I'm having a little technical trouble. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Through you to Chair, do you intend to include, well, I'm talking about the local definitions again, and I noticed in the resort section, you did include some definitions that applied particularly to that section. Do they not more appropriately apply in the definitions section, and shouldn't, or at least I think you only included 5 or 6. There's many more that should be there. Do you not agree?
I'm not sure if there are any more that need to be included, but I think we'll get there in the next conversation. In terms of where definitions are put, it probably makes sense for them to all be in one place as opposed to being scattered through the document. So I'm good with that. I think when I wrote the resort section, I was trying to make it so that you could understand everything that was going on in one place without having to go to the back of the document to figure out what resort accommodation units meant, for example. So I can go either way on that. In terms of other definitions that perhaps should be in there, let's leave that for the resort discussion, and perhaps there are some additional definitions that I could consider.
Okay, so to help you make up your mind, because there's going to be a section for resorts generally, there's going to be a section for Manette. To have the definition in both places doesn't make a lot of sense, does it? So anyway, that would be my suggestion. And I look forward to the committee dealing with those other definitions. I think that's the proper place to discuss it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hayes.
Thank you. I think I've brought this up before. Character. We refer to character quite often as you have to build to the character of Muskoka Lakes. But if I was from out of the area, where do I find that character defined? And it would change from area to area. So it does make it difficult to define it. But if we're going to require people to develop according to the Muskoka character, I think we have to at least make a stab at defining it so that people from out of the area would understand what the expectations are and not come to the table and be turned down because that's not the character. So I would like to see a definition for character.
Well, that's a very interesting comment. And certainly I've run into this many, many times in my career, both urban and rural. The challenge with defining character is that no one will ever agree on that definition because so much goes into it. The current draft does have a couple of pages of policy on waterfront character, for example, which speaks to, all development being in harmony with the natural environment and not above the tree lines and all kinds of things like that in terms of maintaining the natural look of waterfront areas. So there is quite a bit in the official plan on character at the present time. There are some policies on character in the rural area as well too. One of the ways you can get at this in some more detail is by actually preparing character guidelines, if I can call it that way, which provide additional direction. Very similar to what we do in urban areas, we prepare urban design guidelines. So you'll see in the urban section of the draft official plan, extensive policies that get at urban design. So certainly I can see there being some enhancements made to the official plan to get at waterfront character or waterfront design, perhaps. How far we go in an official plan, I'm not sure yet. We can think about that, but perhaps at some point the township could consider doing waterfront development guidelines that would, dive right into that character issue and provide some additional direction. I'll also note that to some extent the lake planning process is intended to help establish character, obviously on the small and medium-sized lakes, and that does help. For example, 2-story boathouses, yes, no, amount of alteration on the shorelines are dealt with by lake plans and so on. So there are various ways to get at the character issue and character discussion. When we bring this back to the working group, I'm happy to have a further discussion about waterfront character or any other character elements that are of interest to see if there are any enhancements that we can come up with moving forward.
Okay, thank you. Member Arnie.
Thank you, through you, Chair. The other option is just reference in the OP the community improvement plans which are underway, which I believe would include some discussion of those and would be a little more flexible because the OP would have it in there and whatever the community improvement plan turns up would live on.
I can certainly do that. I'm aware of those plans being underway right now.
Okay, I believe that's it. Mr. McDonald, move on.
Okay, next one is accessibility. Again, very basic policy direction. Include policies that address accessibility requirements in accordance with applicable legislation. And we have included a few references to those policies in a few places. Section L310 deals with accessibility and heritage conservation. Section L1312 requires consideration of accessibility when reviewing subdivision and condominium applications. And we also have another section that also promotes accessibility. So again, a very general policy direction, and we've implemented that in a few ways, again, in a very general sense as well in a couple of spots. Are there any questions about that?
Member Arnie.
Thank you, through you, Chair, and apologies, but I have a question about the ODA guidelines about this document and about the Township's website. I believe they all have to be made fully accessible as well as the old requirements for our buildings. Thank you.
So in terms of this document itself, you're right. There has been a sea change in the way municipalities produce anything. The documentation we prepared up to this point is not a ODA, but I'm anticipating that I will be told by Mr. Pink at some point that the final version of this document will need to be a ODA compliant. In terms of website content, I don't know what the answer is there, and I'll defer to Mr. Pink for any comments he has on that. But I am aware it is changing the way municipalities do business and produce documents moving forward. So it's a big deal because it's also a lot of work on our part to actually make that happen. It's not that complicated when you just have text. It's when you include illustrations and tables. And so, for example, just as a very brief example, the draft OP I prepared for you is justified left and right, which means it's nice margins on both sides, very neat and clean. It's the way I like writing OPs, but to make it AODA compatible, it cannot be left-right justified. It has to be left justified only. So you see lots of spaces because when you stretch it out on a page, you create extra spaces between words to make that happen. And that doesn't work for some people. So we will have to fix that in the future versions of this document moving forward, as an example. Mr. Pink, I don't know if you had any comments on website content, or perhaps that's something we can come back to this group with more information.
No, I think Mr. Pink feels you'll connect in the future on that one.
Perfect.
Okay, I think that's it for here.
Okay, next one is pedestrians and cycling. So the policy direction was that there should be updated enhanced policies that deal with specific needs for pedestrians. And we included a section L64 in the official plan to deal with this issue. I'm just scrolling to it right now. Yeah, so we have a section in here, L64, pedestrian and cycling routes and facilities, and encourage walking and cycling within the urban centers and community areas. So basically the policy requires that when you're looking at development applications and making plans in your urban centers and community areas in particular, that you consider the needs of more than just the car, in making those decisions. So it deals with, considering the provision of safe commuting walking routes in all development applications, bicycle parking be provided, sidewalks be provided, provide for bicycle lanes wherever possible, whenever you're doing any reconstruction projects. And I would say anywhere in the township, not just in your urban centers or community areas, making sure everything is designed in accordance with the OADA, and including ensure the lands required for bicycle pedestrian paths are included in land requirements for roads. So when you look at your right-of-way requirements, you make sure that there's space in there for a bicycle path, and ensure the rights of privacy of adjacent property owners are factored into the design process for pedestrian and cycling routes, and to ensure that all routes are designed to meet or exceed regional or industry standards. Any questions or comments about that section? Could we do more? Is, I guess, my question.
Okay, Councillor Mazan.
Thank you, and through you. Is it possible for us to actually strengthen this by actually calling this an active transport plan, for one, and create perhaps an additional statement, like, for example, develop a comprehensive overarching active transportation plan throughout the township. And then second to that, if I look to L64D, and specifically it says investigate and provide for bicycle lanes where possible in the construction or reconstruction of roads and bridges. Could we look to saying investigate and provide for dedicated bike lanes as a separate infrastructure project with consideration but not limited to just the construction and reconstruction of roads?
Certainly can include something like that within the plan. So those are great suggestions. And in terms of implementing that, that would be obviously a separate item the township undertakes in terms of doing an active transportation plan, or doing while doing the infrastructure funding, I guess, funding or thinking going forward. So certainly can do that.
And it's been a few meetings before, and I've been making some notes, so I suspect that it probably is there. But just trust that when we're looking at the urban centers and in the smaller communities, that the language there is also reflected. Because what my observation has been is that we're often thinking about active transport being linked to, and it's actually against what we're trying to do, is we're trying to get people off the actual main roads. So actually starting to think about how do we link active transportation routes in each of these areas versus just to the actual roads. So just making sure that whatever language we had in those other policies is connecting also with this one.
Will do. Will do. I think there are other policies in the plan that deal with this particular issue. I hear a bit of an echo on my end. Not sure if you guys do.
I think it's Susan. Susan needed to mute herself. We're good now.
Oh, perfect. That's great. So yes, I'll certainly take a look and see if I can enhance those policies. It's funny, when I read this particular section out, it talked only about urban centers and community areas, and no, that's a little too limiting. It should be township wide for sure. Thank you. Chair Bridgeman, you were on mute for a moment.
Sorry, Member Thompson.
Thanks very much. I just wanted to follow up on what Councillor Mazan said concerning the bicycle paths or active transportation paths. Lots of different communities have policies in place for that type of path that is purposefully not connected to roadways, particularly major roadways where it can be quite dangerous to ride your bike along. There's a lot of interest in biking in Muskoka, and I think that if we could come up with a comprehensive plan of linking various towns in the district, not necessarily on the roadways, but off the roadways. There's certain amounts of land that's along rivers, along lakes. Well, possibly not along lakes because most of that's private, but there is public land available to potentially do some trails that are not necessarily along the roadways, and it's worth opening that up as a possibility.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Scalati, Member Scalati.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just wondering if somewhere in this section we should include the word crosswalks. I don't know if it appears here or anywhere else in the document, but I know there's a need in a couple of our towns and intersections. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Mr. McDonald, I believe that's it for this section.
Great. Next one is number 27, dealing with waterfront character areas. We just had a bit of a discussion on that. And basically the direction is that the official plan should include policies that recognize the character portions of the waterfront area that are the site of significant rock outcrops and formations and visually significant trees and forests that make a positive contribution to sense of place. So there's a couple of places in the OP that deal with character. The first one is section L2, which deals with scenic resources. And these policies are basically word for word from the existing official plan. So it has been carried forward. And we do identify a number of scenic areas on the schedules to the official plan. And then, as I mentioned earlier, section E4.1 dealing with the waterfront area has and I'm just scrolling through here to get to it, has an extensive series of policies on waterfront character that were taken from the existing official plan, basically word for word with some improvements, I think, to some of the wording here and there. And we have also included, I guess, within that section, the policies that I think get at the character issue. Based on a previous conversation, there is, I guess, interest in enhancing those. I'll certainly look to do that through the preparation of the next draft, and certainly in discussion with Mr. Pink. Are there any questions about what we've come up with in the draft to date?
Member Scalati.
Yes, just in L2, E, the last line says that signs and other visual intrusions such as telecommunication towers and hydroelectric infrastructure shall be discouraged. I'm just wondering how we discourage that. How do we actively discourage it? And is there a way to actually prohibit billboards, for instance?
Mr. McDonald?
Billboards, that's a really good question. I know that MTO certainly has rules on billboards that don't appear to be followed all the time because we continue to see billboards on provincial highways. I'm not sure what the district rules are, and I'm not sure whether the township has any controls on billboards right now. So I would defer to Mr. Pink on that question, if I could.
Mr. Pink?
Thank you, Chair. Through you. Good morning, committees. Yes, the township does have a sign bylaw. Works in conjunction with the district's sign bylaw on district roadways. Admittedly, I'm not overly familiar with it. Our Public Works Department administers that. We can certainly look into potential changes in conjunction with the Public Works Department at the direction of committee or council.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Mazan.
Thank you, and through you, just given we've had quite a lot of interest and passion around the towers as of late at council, I do think this warrants some further discussion, and maybe that will happen within the steering committee to really understand, as towers are going up, do we want to have some further restrictions on the height and the location, and how do we prioritize vistas over service? There's so many other new technologies that are coming out available. We keep hearing about Starlink, etc. So I do think the time is right, and how that links to this actual policy. I do know that there's some constituents are very interested in strengthening this. And I would just ask that perhaps the steering committee is taking a look at this a little bit deeper and understanding what do these towers look like in the township of Muskoka Lakes, because we are getting quite a few applications, and the Vista impact is significant. So when we talk about social experience, that is a significant piece, but we need to balance that off clearly with the need of providing broadband service to our larger and broader community, and that's a priority as well. So without having the full answer right now, I guess I am asking, now that we're thinking of putting things back to the steering committee, that this is something that is contemplated and really tried to come up with a good policy practices in place.
Okay, thank you. I'm sure Councillor Roberts has noted that. Mayor Harding.
Thank you. I'm going to go back to billboards in a second, but just to comment on the towers, I'm wondering, Nick, if this is actually even a carryover from some prior policies where we had more steel 300-foot towers up in the air where nobody wanted, and maybe we need to slightly tweak this to talk about monopine design, just camouflage towers along the way, because an outright overall prohibition of towers, I think, does cut off our nose to spite our face regarding broadband issues, and we can't give all the business to Starlink, though Councillor Zabitz, I think, wants to. The other question regarding billboards, just a comment, if I'm not mistaken, we actually have a prohibition on billboards within the township of Muskoka Lakes. We passed that bylaw last term of council, and we can probably factor that into it, but we do not allow any new billboards. We don't even allow the reconstruction of existing billboards, if I'm not mistaken. So when that eventually, when billboards are down, we're not going to have any more billboards throughout the township. So I just leave it at that, and we can do some more investigation. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Edwards.
Thank you. I agree with the mayor on that. There should be no billboards. You drive along some of the country roads and see all these signs up, and that it's here for the scenery. So I think we should make it as strict as possible, even and not tighten everything up. Thank you.
Okay. I believe that's it for this section, Mr. McDonald.
Yes, it is. And on the telecommunications towers, I'm very aware of these issues. And while Starlink is everyone's answer, it's not. I'm not sure it is everyone's answer anytime soon. So it's going to take some time for that to be fully implemented. Although it is an intriguing way of dealing with that issue. I'm certainly familiar with the way of designing towers these days to have them blend in. Unfortunately, sometimes you end up with the tallest tree for miles around, and it does even look odd when it's the tallest tree, even though it's a tower being designed as a tree. So I'm not sure those objectives are achieved every time. So the next one is Policy Direction 28, leveraging historical, cultural, and natural assets. And basic policy direction, support the establishment of sustainable and diversified tourism opportunities that leverage historical, cultural, and natural assets. We did include some reference to these terms within the vision in section B1, within the general policy objectives in section B2, and within the economic development policy objectives in section B5. I would say that basically all of your official plan is designed to do this in one way, shape, or form, because of its focus on protecting character, on advancing tourism opportunities that are the right ones for the township. And certainly there is a significant focus on protecting and preserving the natural areas in the township already. So I think it's pretty much this policy direction is implemented in many different places within the official plan. I'm certainly interested in any comments anyone may have on how that could be enhanced or done differently. And with that being said, are there any comments on what we've done with this policy direction?
Thank you. Member Arnie.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Yes, I see it referenced in the objectives in many places, but I don't see distinct policy direction. And that concerns me, and I think I'm looking forward to committee going through the second draft, because I think there are places, even in the discussion that we just had about character and the discussion we had about active transportation, all of those things I think could have more specific policy as opposed to just objectives. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Mazan.
Thank you, and through you. I'm going back through my notes, and I'd written in here, can we write or include policy or the conversation, the language to support ecotourism? And I think that how we do that, I leave to you, but I think that's an important part within the township. And so again, how that weaves in, I just offer up that as language I'd like to see. Thank you.
Okay, I believe that is it for this section.
Great. So this brings us to the maybe the main event of this morning's conversation, which is the resort section. I'm just going to do a bit of an overview in terms of what I've done. I know I did go through in a fairly comprehensive way the policy framework on resorts during our last call, but I just want to add a few points into this. So there wasn't lots of discussion on resorts through the policy direction process, other than there being direction provided to me on how to deal with the occupancy issue. And as a result, there was a specific direction on that moving forward. And certainly when I prepared the policies, I reflected upon the draft policies I prepared for the district 3-4 years ago as a starting point. I certainly reflected upon the policies that were developed through the Minette process, which I had a hand in at the end, admittedly not through the beginning or middle parts of that lengthier process. But what I think I did is I took the best of the best to move forward. In looking at it now, I certainly acknowledge that my focus really was on one type of resort development. And that's the type which has caused all kinds of issues and challenges at the township in recent years. And that's the type of resort development that proceeds through the plan of condominium process. So to a very large extent, the focus of the draft policies are on dealing with that very specific issue. If you're faced with an application, how do you deal with it? How do you manage it? How do you make a decision? Because I felt your existing official plan wasn't clear enough. And I think the LPAT agreed on that particular point on in a number of occasions. So I thought, I would try to improve that to the best of my abilities. What I didn't really get at was dealing with the other types of accommodation that occur within the township. For example, the single ownership properties. And certainly I can see there being a preference established within the official plan that basically says single ownership is much preferred over any other type of ownership going forward, because that's where you get the true resort accommodation happening. It's under single ownership. You don't get into issues about people wanting to live and use their units. It just isn't part of the conversation. So I can certainly see there being some enhancements included within the official plan to deal with that type of resort accommodation. And I would even go further and say it would only be by exception that something else of a different form of ownership occurs. And if that exception is applied for, here is a suite of policies that you would use to judge and gauge how that exception would be dealt with going forward. So I'm certainly prepared to go out on a limb and make that very clear in terms of resort development by plan of condominium being an exception. I strongly urge the township, though, that it's better to have policies that provide guidance than to say no or to not have policies. So that's something I'll leave with you. Ultimately, it's up to planning committee and council to decide on that, obviously. But certainly as a planner, I feel it's much better to have those policies in place. So I'm thinking that the resort section is expanded into some type of tourism section that deals not only with resort development through the plan of condominium process, but it deals with all forms of accommodation, where they're to be permitted, under what conditions, and so on. I did mention last time that I did not carry forward the tent and trailer park prohibition within waterfront areas. I'm thinking, is that worth a conversation to see if there's interest in retaining that prohibition or not moving forward? I'm thinking that, you know, resorts through plan of condominium attract a certain clientele which have a certain income. There are other forms of accommodation that are better suited to other folks. Should we be thinking about them too? Just throwing that out there for conversation. So I'm certainly open to taking another crack at this particular section and enhancing it to deal with all forms of tourism accommodation moving forward, including short-term rentals, as an example, bed and breakfasts, single ownership, smaller properties, and so on. One of the key elements of the policies I developed had to do with the downzoning and changing of existing resorts into something else. I still think those policies are needed. And I did mention last time around that I didn't identify these resort properties as being employment lands. That's a very unique approach the township has taken historically. It makes it very difficult to change a resort to something else. It makes it almost impossible in my view, because you have to do a comprehensive review. You have to look at all resort properties, figure out whether it's needed or not. And I think that's not fair, particularly to the smaller owner operators who are really struggling and who want to get out of being a resort and want to be something else. Anyways, those are my overview comments. I know there's been lots of discussion and back and forth on this particular issue. I think we can spend hours talking about this stuff, but I certainly have heard loud and clear that the policies are a good start, perhaps, but there's a lot more that needs to be done. And I'm more than happy to take a crack at that and provide something that's a little bit more comprehensive in terms of its approach. With that being said, that's all I wanted to say at this point, and I'm happy to take any feedback or direction from here on in.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald, and I agree with you. So you've given us an overview. So as I go through this list, I hope that what we're going to do is stay fairly high level on this, and maybe some new thoughts to be included in it. Member Thompson.
I have a high level comment. It's actually a question to Mr. McDonald. You mentioned enhanced policies, or maybe more permissive policies for single ownership resort operators versus the condo resort operators. You'd have to abide by different policy set or certain restrictions if you are a condo resort. Is that what you was that the intention of what you said? And my question is concerning how the condominium approval process happens now, because often a resort developer will submit their plans, and get their building permits and even start building, and then they decide they want to go condo. So I'm wondering what sorts of things we could add as additional restrictions at that point when they've already got their site plan approval. They're well on their way to building a single owner operated resort, and then they change their minds. And I'm not sure we can legislate tenure of a property, but I defer to you.
Mr. McDonald?
That's a great question, and perhaps Mr. Pink has some additional comments because he's been in the trenches on this with the last few applications. You're right, the plan of condominium process in Ontario is quite unique, that you don't necessarily have to apply for it right up front. You apply for it later on. And it has been used in this case to spur interest and in developing resorts, and it is a way of raising the capital required to develop them. So I get all of that. The best I can tell you now is I don't have an answer, but it's something that I'm going to look at very seriously to see if there's a way to deal with that. You're right, tenure and controlling tenure is very challenging through an official plan. No one can stop someone from making an application for plan of condominium. The challenge is making sure that we are aware as soon as the process begins that that's the form of tenure being proposed. And I'll leave it there. I don't know if Mr. Pink has any additional comments on that.
Okay, Mr. Pink.
Thank you, Chair. I think Mr. McDonald largely covered it, and I generally agree. I don't think we can write policies that would prohibit someone's ability to make an application for condominium. And Member Thompson, you're correct. That is the process. It historically, in our township anyway, has come later down the process. I guess my question to committee or to you, I don't believe the intention was to impose a different set of standards with respect to density or character or the layout necessarily of the resort. So I question if that's needed up front. I think the sort of the meat or the bones of a structure is already in place that Mr. McDonald has worked on, where if a condominium application is submitted, that additional criteria or tests are really implemented through the condominium agreement. And I think the draft plan that Mr. McDonald has prepared is a significant improvement in regards to the current plan. I think our current OP has largely the same framework or structure that a condominium agreement will be entered into. But I think where we've gone further now is very clear criteria on those occupancy limits that I think is more in line with, again, what the community and the municipality was aiming for. So again, I guess the question is, should a condominium resort be subject to different density requirements or those sort of aspects, or is the occupancy limits that are in place in these policies sufficient to address the difference?
Member Thompson, you have a follow-up?
Follow on, please. Just with respect to those criteria for the condominium approval or for condominium occupancy, I would recommend that Mr. McDonald look to the work of the Minette Joint Policy Review Steering Committee, because we came up with a comprehensive list. I believe it's entitled Schedule X, that had a number of requirements in that regard. And another requirement for commerciality that you could also consider is rather than a profitability target, a site to be profitable, or just a plain revenue target, which could easily be met by condominium fees. Perhaps there's a unit rental revenue stream that is required in order to sustain the common areas of the resort. Or I don't know what the right wording is, but something that is actually commercial and is actually indicative of members of the traveling public staying at the resort, as opposed to, I know all of our fear is they turn into residential condos.
I'll certainly take a look at those again for sure. I do recall that the consultant retained to translate all of this into a draft official plan amendment did consider all of those. Some, if I recall correctly, some of those restrictions in that schedule made its way into the draft OP or an appendix, but some of it didn't. I'll certainly go back and take a look at all of those in some detail to see if there is anything else in there that could provide some additional guidance. Again, OPs are intended to be policy documents, not regulatory. So we have to find that right balance between drafting policy and coming up with detailed rules on how you can use your unit. So I'll certainly take another crack at it. I'll look at it, I mean.
One more quick one. Mm-hmm. Is there any way then to have a schedule like the Schedule X referred to in the official plan as the document currently in use, and perhaps it's modifiable, but you want to these are the general things that you need to follow in order to have a plan of condominium approval?
So I'll certainly look at that. If we were going to go down that road, I would suggest it would be an appendix to the official plan, such that it's not a legal part of the document, but does provide some guidance and is modifiable, if I can put it that way, and perhaps a little bit more flexibly applied depending on context. The one thing I'm always concerned about is writing something up in policy that is so specific that it may work on one property but doesn't work on the next 5, which means it doesn't work. So it still has to be flexible enough to be applied in many contexts. But if we were going to go down that road, I'd look at it more as a guideline. And if that guideline was of interest, it could be an appendix to the official plan as opposed to part of the policy. So something I'll look at.
Thank you.
Can I make a comment on that? Because I'm following on Member Thompson. I know I have heard that before. It's a recommendation because it's very specific. And I think at that point it was because we have small resorts, we have big resorts. It wasn't one size fits all. But if we're dividing out the condominium structure from our mom and pop single resorts, I think the general consensus, and I maybe get nods of heads here, is we want to see something really, really prescriptive. And if it can go in the OP, that's where we want it. And I'm getting a lot of nods from everybody. So I just thought I'd let you know.
Okay. Well, my head was nodding too. So I think I'm going with that flow right now. So I get that. So I'll certainly take a look at that because we are going to be differentiating between that type of use. So perhaps some additional thought and additional direction in policy it would be very helpful, and I agree with that.
Thank you. Councillor Edwards.
Yes, thank you. The new and that campsites and that trailer parks and that there's no new ones on the large lakes. I'd like to make sure that's left in there. I've had more complaints about that than anything else lately. So it's noise issues and everything. So I think that's a good policy. Thank you.
Okay, can I get a general consensus here? I think we're all in agreement with that too, Mr. McDonald, that there's a prohibition on that.
I thought I would give it a shot and see what happens, but okay.
Okay. Oh, you have to try these things, right? Councillor Jagler.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, can you hear me again? I'm having technical trouble. You can hear me?
Yes, yep, no, we can.
Okay. Through you to Mr. McDonald, I was encouraged by your comments on the resorts area and that you have possibly take a chance to have a second look at it. I also just wanted to explain a document that I circulated to you and to the members. I'm not going to go into it at all other to explain how and why it was created and how I think it might be able to be used. There was some concern that a number of provisions that were good in our
Councillor Jaglowitz, excuse me, but I do not believe you can refer to it because this was not circulated to the public.
Okay, I will not.
You can phrase your thoughts somewhat differently, perhaps.
Okay, so let me explain then my concern in the first draft that of the resorts. You had indicated that, or I believe that there were many sections in our existing official plan that maybe were worthwhile and were not carried forward. There were also some you indicated that you had looked at the work of the Minette working group, but did not spend much time in detail on the work of the Minette Joint Steering Committee. And also you did reference LPAT decisions, but there's a lot of meat in those. And therefore, I intend to send you a document that I think would be helpful. This document I'm not going to discuss, but it's not just me, but it's a number of people prepared, and it could be used as a guide of things that I think maybe you've missed, and maybe you in your second draft and the working committee could consider which parts of that are appropriate or not appropriate. But I am encouraged. Also, I'd like to just talk about one other issue just before I leave that. And that is that also on that, if you do receive that document, you have any questions, I'm happy to discuss it with you. Mr. Pink mentioned whether or not it was appropriate that a single owner resort and one that in a condominium form, the densities and are the same. I have trouble with that, and I'll tell you why. Because I believe if there is a single owner resort where someone sets out to build a resort and it's completely owned, that person is going to run it like a resort, because that's how he makes his money. And people that go to that type of resorts, they don't bring their boats generally. They don't have guests. They don't have like July 3rd parties and invite the whole world, because their guests sit at somebody else's place. And therefore, I believe a single owner resort should have a lot of leeway on how they structure it to make it attractive. And generally they push the people more to the front because that's what they're coming there for. They're not coming to look at the bushes in the back. But when you have individual owners, that then creates a subdivision on the water. And so I think they really are totally different. And in the material I'm going to send you, I attempted to do something like that. There has to be, if we're going to have single owner resorts, and hopefully the one big one coming up might end up that way, then we have to have tough rules if someone then wants to condominiumize it, you know. And I leave that too. But anyway, I just wanted to thank you for your openness to accepting other things, and I really wish the committee Godspeed in their venture on this subject. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, I just want to loop back on campsites, because yeah, we do go to referred to, as Premier Ford says, the yahoos that visit these campsites, but there are a lot of mature families that and traveling public that are always looking for some place to camp. There's these motorhome campers that are looking for a mature type of environment, and I think our OP needs to look at that and to look at really good family camping. And it's just not on the prohibition on waterfront on the big lakes, but on the small lakes. But there's got to be some way, like people are coming up camping, they want access to water. So I know I'm probably going way out on a limb here, but we got to somehow encourage the traveling public that are campers. And it's a huge community that wants to do this. So I'd like to see more, something in the official plan that talks about camping, respectful camping. Thank you.
Councillor Roberts, it's not a prohibition on the smaller lakes. Is that, I think that's what I heard you say.
No, I guess we have to look at it. I know it's a prohibition on the larger lakes, but the smaller lakes, I know there'd be a lot to say, hey, we don't want those campsites in ours either. But on the other side, we got to look at the traveling public that would like to come to Muskoka and would like to camp, and what we can offer to them on the rural area. Thank you.
Okay, point taken. Member Thompson.
Yes, hi. I have another issue I want to raise with respect to resorts. Mr. McDonald has strongly advised us against having a prohibition on new resorts. And I'd just like to discuss that a bit, because I understand that there is a list of criteria and thresholds that have to be met in the document in order to come forward and say, I want to rezone to build a resort. But I don't see any language in the draft that would actually allow us to say no to that if they came forward with an application. You know, I don't see anything that would prevent any commercial property, say, you know, a marina that's failing or a camp that's failing, to come forward and say, I want to build a resort. Most of the well, actually, if we keep the door open to the in this new OP and have a list of criteria that can be met through reports from your environmental consultant and boating impact study that says it's okay to, it won't cause that much additional boat traffic because it's a resort and people at resorts don't use boats. And the township is not going to be able to say no. And if it does say no, then we'll just end up at LPAT. And if our policies aren't strong enough to allow us to say no, then we end up losing. So if we have actual prohibition on new resorts and zoning to new resorts, I think would prevent us from a lot of challenges down the road, and it could also save us a lot of staff time and expense, both fighting those challenges and in reviewing applications for zoning change. And most of the new resorts that are coming online are these condo type resorts, and I think that we need a limiting factor, something to limit those on our shorelines. And I would hope that other people agree with that.
Mr. McDonald, I thought I heard last time that we'll be taken to LPAT if we try to do that. So help me out here.
Yeah. So I guess at the end of the day, I'm much more in favor of establishing a path to approval or not approval than basically saying no upfront. I think it's much more defensible to have a path. I will mention to member Thompson that in section F5(3)D, it basically goes on to say all resort development and redevelopment shall, and all of these criteria are listed. One of the things I want to do in the revised draft is make it much more clear in terms of what the township's expectations are when an application is made. Using language like a proponent shall demonstrate that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And if you don't agree as a council with how they've gone about demonstrating something, then that becomes the grounds for refusing an application. I think you're in a much better place if you have really well thought out criteria. And if those criteria are not met, it's turned down. And yes, there's still a fight at LPAT about criteria. I agree. But an absolute prohibition without justification is very hard, in my view, to justify. One thing to keep in mind as well, and this is something I'm relying on to some extent, is that resorts are a necessary part of the district and township economy. And prohibiting them would go against that very basic premise that I'm relying upon. There is an element of the economy that relies upon resort development in terms of the jobs it creates, the construction jobs it creates, and so on and so on. And I'm certainly of the view that they are beneficial. So others may not have that view. I get that. But that is my view, and that's the recommendation I'll be making to the township at some point. I'm very happy to make the policies as strong as humanly possible so that there is justification for saying no if something comes forward that doesn't meet your requirements. And again, I don't know what that looks like exactly because I haven't written it, but I plan to take another shot at it.
And I would just like you to keep an open mind about prohibiting them if you can't come up with policies that are strong enough to prevent these condos from being built, because I think that could end up being a very successful model for people who, for dealing with a failing marina or a failing camp. And even a residential property could come and apply under certain criteria. They could come and apply to change to be a little resort and build the condos on the lake. And there's incredible development pressure all over cottage country, all over Ontario. And we're seeing development after development come forward with these multiple condominiums and multiple unit condominiums. And I don't think the vast majority of our community feels that those are appropriate for Muskoka Lakes.
Okay. Councillor Jaglowitz.
Thank you, Chair. I would just like to follow on Member Thompson's and possibly offer a bit of maybe a way forward on that. Mr. McDonald, you indicated you're going to be rethinking a preference for the single owner resort. And I wonder if that isn't a way forward. In my view, if a camp or whatever, if a single owner resort where there's no individual ownership is something I think is desirable. And there's not a lot of appetite for developers to build that type of thing because you have to be in it for the long game. You don't make your money by building it, you make your money by operating it. And therefore, I think those, I don't have the same difficulty with new single owner resorts. Where the problem comes in is as soon as you have individual ownership or condominiums. And I believe, Member Thompson, you mentioned, and each time you mention, you say resort and then you say condos. Well, my view of a resort, it's not condos. And therefore, is there a way, Mr. McDonald, of getting around that legal thing by us being strongly encouraging owner-operated single ownership resorts and frowning on any form of condominium on the waterfront, which I think was what Member Thompson's referring to. I believe you're referring to the waterfront. You're not referring to someone wants to build one in, downtown Bala or downtown Port Carden. That's a different issue. So maybe you could just consider that. Thank you very much.
Okay, Mayor Harding.
Thank you. Just to chime in on the no new to resorts, and I appreciate, Nick, that it's we need to be defendable going forward and the outright prohibition. From a defendable perspective, and I guess this is how I would frame this, my numbers will be wrong, but I'm pretty sure they're directionally correct because I've been involved with the resort industry for so long in my life that 20 years ago, let's say we had 10,000 room nights available over the course of a year. So add up the Marriott and Shamrock and everything, there was 10,000 nights. And they would have been annualized at 90% occupancy or whatever that number is. Today, we have maybe 5,000 room nights available with 50% occupancy. And I think the defendable section is that we have fewer people using hotel rooms. The market demand has changed. And if I want a defendable clause, I'm not allowing new resorts to protect the existing resorts. And we may have to do some numbers and math, but I think the fear qualifying, and unless we really get definitive on what a resort is, because the tourism sector, as we know, has changed from coming from a 7-day family meal plan, kids in the programs at the resort, to I've got my family coming up to a single cottage for a week. That's the tourism sector. That's why we've seen Airbnbs and Jane's Cottages succeed so much. So what I'm really trying to understand is, again, if I want to now turn my cottage, which I happen to have an old property with 2 legal cottages, I could turn that to more of a commercial venture, call it a little mini resort, and get potentially greater densities because I want to create a new resort. And I think that's what we're trying to ward against. And I think if we look at it, frame it differently, there might be a way based on market and economy from a tourism. 10 years from now, 20 years from now, if the tourism sector was to turn around and demand for resorts, we could put it back into an OP that we encourage resorts. But right now, based on sector, to protect the existing resorts, I would lobby that we don't want more of them. And I think, we look at the same thing to potentially increasing lot sizes to protect a supply and demand issue. So I leave that with your thought process as we move forward. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, and through you, I just want to just share my concerns. I think last time we met, I spoke a bit about my concern about prohibiting new resort development, and I must tell you, I've spent quite a bit of time in the last few days thinking about it, and I'm pretty much on the same page when it comes to short-term rentals, resort development and ownership structure, and even more recently, the issue around campgrounds. If we think we're smart enough by the ownership structure that's going to lead to the kinds of engagement that we want, as opposed to the ones that we would rather not. Not only are we wrong, but we're going to be outsmarted by people who put a team of lawyers on. I mean, a condominium development, if we just simply say we don't want condominium resort development, it'll be called something else tomorrow. Essentially, it'll operate the same way. It'll be a club, it'll be a timeshare, it'll be something that operates the way we would like to see it not operate, that is not a legitimate commercial venture and takes advantage of the commercial resort planning policies. So quickly, I've switched my my vote, and I'm in favor of prohibition on the resort development, new resort development, and that includes some unanswered questions that I have about what happens to property currently zoned for commercial resort development, but not operating as a commercial resort, or perhaps it's been shuttered for 25 or 50 years. We got to take a look at that. To me, that's an issue that needs to be resolved. It's a loaded gun, and we got to figure out how to diffuse it. Campgrounds, again, I understand Councillor or Member Roberts' issue with family camping, but if there's behaviors there that we need to manage, that we need to monitor and patrol and police, we know our resources are constrained. We know we haven't had a great track record of managing those issues in the moment. We can issue tickets 3 days later if we can identify who the the bad behavior was caused by. But to be honest with you, I'm challenged to see how any of these things can be anything but prohibited. And to be honest with you, I'm even at the point where I'm interested in short-term rentals. I know very well of some recent new builds, multi-million-dollar properties that appear to be available for 50 weeks of the year through Airbnb. That's a commercial operation, and it was built and designed to be such. And frankly, they're using, just like condominium resort development, they're using the vehicle of short-term rentals as a way to finance the construction. So I think we need to be a little more engaged in those types of things that create the behaviors that we want to stop or we want to be prohibited on our lakes. And we can't just simply rely on A, our ability to enforce, or B, the subtle legal distinction between what is a condominium and what is a single owner. Because I can tell you within 24 hours, you could put together a structure that, for all intents and purposes, by any legal definition, is a single owner, but operates very differently, and in fact, behind the scenes is owned very differently. So I'm on the prohibition side. Thank you.
Well, I think Mr. McDonald knows we're all basically there. So good luck, Mr. McDonald.
Thank you very much. I look forward to it. Actually, I'm looking forward to the challenge, quite frankly. I certainly heard a lot of things around the table today, and I will certainly go back and give it a very, very serious look, and look forward to coming back and discussing this with you.
Oh, okay. Yes, I can see Member Thompson. One more comment.
Yeah, sorry. One more comment. I'm wondering, Mr. McDonald, if you know the background behind Seguin's prohibition on new resorts, because they do have that in their official plan.
I have heard of it. I don't know the background. I certainly will investigate that. I do know it's a longer standing prohibition. So that's as far as I'll go now, because I don't have the background to share with you. Others may on the call, but certainly next time around we can share that much better with you.
Okay, thank you. Member Clark.
Obviously in agreement with a lot of things that are being talked about. I just, at a high level, and I'm sure with all these steering committees and things that have been put into this, it's been taken into account. But, I think Peter just came up with a whole pile of reasons why we may have this even from a different perspective, or enhance some of the thought process that has gone on. I'm trying to balance, as we start getting into short-term rentals, individual properties, things of that nature. We have been talking about our new economy being ecotourism, and let's just keep in mind people need to stay somewhere unless they're day trippers or our eco economy is only inhabited. So, you know, there's some combination of things. This is a bizarrely complex topic. Again, defer to a lot of you that have become experts through it. But, you know, if we're trying to balance, you know, what our economy is going to be, there's people that have older cottages that have to rent for some period of time to be able to keep them, to pay their taxes and do their maintenance and things. We seem to keep thinking there's big developers that are coming in and wanting to convert these things into condominiums. And I agree, we have lots of examples of that. I'm hoping the people that are buying these things are starting to see what the actual impact is when they buy something at $800,000 and 3 to 5 years later, it's worth $30,000 of, you know, for a 5-week period or something of that nature. So there are some economies that I think at some point somebody's going to have to stand back and say it doesn't make sense for me to buy a condominium. There isn't one that's worked. So you know, again, sometimes the economy and the market and things themselves begin to deal with the problem that we have. Not that I agree with the RCC approach, but we do have small, medium, and large resorts, and those impacts will be very different. And I would just suggest that we also look at different ways, instead of saying thou shall not, different ways of making them maybe less viable to be a condominium, or the things that we don't want, which may be restricting gross floor area, not allowing them to increase the number of units from what's currently there. I mean, there's got to be lots of ways thinking out of the box for us to be able to approach this. Thank you.
Okay, Member Lundell.
Yes, thanks. I do agree that this whole tenureship question is far more complex than I can figure out. But what I would like to know is whether we'd include some language that actually points out that we would like to see resort development that provides things like conference facilities, wedding venues, dining ability, leveraging our cultural, natural, and ecotourism assets. So it would be something positive in the way of, this is what would be something that would appeal to a council in future, something that actually does contribute to the economy and to different sorts of employment.
Thank you. Councillor Mazan. Oh, Councillor Lundell, do you have a follow-up? I mean, Member Lundell, do you have a follow-up?
No, thank you. No,
okay,
thanks.
Councillor Mazan.
Thank you, and through you, perhaps on a similar vein, I was kind of happy to hear some of the comments coming forward. If there was a way to create, and I think somebody brought up earlier on the concept of maybe tourism policies as a whole, and creating a vision of what it is that we are wanting tourism to look and feel like within the township, because accommodation absolutely is a critical piece to that. But I was glad to hear Mr. Clark, Member Clark, bring up, you know, we've talked about ecotourism, and there is this balance. And I think the opportunity that we have is to create the vision of what we want that to look like and feel like in the township. Instead of it managing us, I think this is our chance to get ahead of it. So I think I'm building upon what Member Lundell was just saying. You know, let's create that vision. And I did like, and I might have misheard that, but I thought I heard somebody at some point, instead of calling this resort policy, let's call this a tour. Let's call it what it is, tourism policy, and really make that a standalone. This is how we want it to look and feel like in the township, because that also brings in what Councillor Roberts was talking about. There's different people coming into the township to enjoy this beautiful place that we all are a part of, our home, our community, and making it so those people have a positive experience is something I think we really owe it to ourselves to really understand and do. So that's just my general overarching comment. And thanks.
Okay, I believe that's it for this section. I'm going to suggest a 10-minute break right now. We could do that. And so we will see everybody back here at 22:11. Oh, no, I can. Okay, great. Everybody come back, please. Okay, if I could get people just to turn on their video for a minute, just so we can do a head count here of how many we've got back. Maybe everybody has already. Who's back? Okay, thank you. We good? Six councilors. And there's Frank. Okay, I think. Well, Bob is here. Yeah. So are we good? Madam Clerk? Okay, great. All right, I think we're good to go. So, Mr. McDonald, if I could, I'd like to float just one thing, and then we could move into your review of changes to the official plan, because I agree with you. If we can get some sort of an agreement there, it's going to help you tremendously in writing this second draft. So we will do that. So I just want to take a couple of minutes and make a suggestion here, because I know the blasting and the moonscaping of landscape is a huge issue for our constituents and everybody here. So the thought that has evolved is that instead of a land or a tree prohibition or tree law and blasting law, what if we did something in this official plan that looked like 75% of a property has to remain undisturbed? That means undisturbed. So what that actually means is that 10% within the first 200 feet, which is what we have currently, and then there's another 15% of a property back from the 200-foot line, obviously, in which the natural topography can be disturbed. That includes everything: driveways, sports courts, swimming pools, whatever. So, and you can't disturb the 75%. That means your blasting ends before that 75%, if that's what you're doing. And what it does is it forces people to work with the topography of the land that they have. And so I'm going to throw that out for some thoughts from everybody. It will take away what I call moonscaping. And I will tell you what occurred to me on this was I was thinking about some of these properties that have been leveled and homes are being built on them. And when they come back, they're going to be beautiful, because they will, but they're going to be landscaped. They're going to be everything, and they will look gorgeous. But you could take that property from back the 66 feet buffer back. You could take this whole property and you could drop it into the Kentucky foothills where horse country is. You could drop it into Caledon. You could drop this property anywhere, because it's an estate. It's your generic estate, beautiful property. It says nothing about Muskoka. So that is what I would like to get some feedback on here, so that we can maintain the natural character of our properties, even though we are building, etc. So I'm going to open that up for discussion, and Member Clark, you're first on the list.
Hi, I think I'm in agreement with something along those lines. I mean, I'm not sure practically what that looks like. And in fact, I think I'm even in more agreement of something, I can't believe I'm saying this, along the lines of Seguin, where they actually have a sliding scale based on the amount of acreage. Just being educated through this process with the rest of the group, you know, if you have a 10-acre property and you say, I'm going to take 25% of this and do whatever I want, I mean, that's massive, right? If you have a 1-acre property, it might be too restrictive. And I think, you know, I mean, once you start taking into account somebody's driveway and things of nature, we also have tons of smaller lots down in Gravenhurst that are, 0.3, 0.4 of an acre, and they still have building rights, et cetera. So again, I think sometimes I feel like we keep going down the path of the same type of approach. I'm actually in favor of larger side yard setbacks on larger properties to create privacy to a neighbor, all of those types of things. But when we go down the path of what's the percentage, I'd just like to sit down maybe with some of the landscaping companies and say, what also makes sense here. And the other overriding factor at the moment that we've all agreed to, and I think this is the whole discussion about cumulative effect, is if we're going to go into a stormwater management discussion and plan and getting site plan approval on every lot and every addition, and I don't want to sound extreme, but if that's where we're going, Patricia's talked about wetlands and watershed. I mean, is that part of it? Are we going to go back there and fill these in? Because I think that would concern her, where we're actually making more land than what's really available. Where's that water going? What are we doing? So I think the concept's right. I think it's kind of like when we get into resort planning, how many other rules do we have around this? How do they work in harmony instead of, I think David's challenge right now is, we got 20 rules we're coming up with on a site plan. We need some tools to say, how do these things work all in conjunction instead of when you keep adding them all up, you actually can't do anything to your property. So there's a lot of concepts there. And I just think if we get a chance to get back to steering, the concept's right. And we take into account that we don't have residential 100-foot by 100-foot lots here. So we're going to have to look at probably the extremes and the norms. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Harding?
Thank you. My comments are somewhere along the lines of Bob's. I think we need to be careful. In general, the 75% works, but as soon as you start talking about driveways and parking spots, and especially if it's a gravel driveway, it is cleaning the land. The hardscape asphalt or interlock type of thing, I certainly agree. But I think that there might be some that we get caught in where, I can't access my property because I've got whatever. So I want to be careful as we look at that and do some math on sizes, and maybe it is a sliding scale. Thanks.
No, I agree. It's the concept really that we're talking about here, I think. Lori? Member Thompson?
Yes, I also like the concept. And I was wondering whether we were talking earlier about character, and I'm wondering, to your point, Chair Bridgeman, about the estate that could be plonked into Kentucky. If we could have something in our character that says that we build in the forest, we don't take down the forest to build, something along those lines.
Yeah. Okay. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, and through you. I like the concept as well. And I realize it's not an issue for the OP, but if the consequences of a breach are the smallest line item on the construction build, all of these sort of irreversible things like blasting and tree clearing are going to happen, and a $200 fine is just a cost of doing business. So my only point being, if we roll with this, there has to be a much beefier approach to levying a fine or some consequence to a breach of the expected year.
Agreed. I believe we talked about delays, like a year's delay in continuing your building or something like that. That is not money oriented. I agree with you. Member Lundell.
Thank you, Chair Bridgman. I'm very much in support of this notion. There are other municipalities around Ontario where people have put a priority on beautiful environment, natural setting. I think of Rideau Lakes Township, where actually there's a 30-meter setback for any construction, but I think that ship has sailed here. And what other provisions, though, are that there's a 15-meter naturally vegetated buffer, except for boathouses, docks, and so forth. And then only, again, 25% of the lot to be altered in the fashion you're talking about. So there are other examples of this kind of policy working quite well in other settings similar to ours.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Jaglowitz.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I too think it's a good way to go at it, except I would make a slight change to what you're proposing. I'd separate blasting from the rest. And there's a reason for that, blasting is horrible, and it should be restricted to what's necessary to construct a building or gain access to it. I don't think you should be able to take 25% of your property and blast the heck out of it. I have real trouble with that. So maybe it has to be, maybe blasting is a separate issue, that there is the property, there's an overall, but then there should be a prohibition on blasting other than for some really useful purpose. That a person shouldn't be able to do what they're doing in some areas, and I won't mention it, just change the entire terrain that they're building on. Anyway, that's my view. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I believe Councillor Kelly, your hand is still up. I don't think you want to speak. Councillor Mazan.
Thank you, and through you, this is a great opportunity, I think, for the steering committee to really think this one through. And I like the creative approach. There were a few things that came up that I just found myself nodding my head to. The first was Member Thompson's comment about perhaps even just creating a statement that when building in the Township of Muskoka Lakes, particularly on the waterfront, think about you are building within the forest, and I don't want to say this incorrectly, versus taking down the forest to build. Because philosophically, that is a difference, right? Because I know that it's much easier to take down and blast and do all of these things in order to build. It's a lot harder to walk through a piece of property and say, okay, these 10 trees I would like to have remaining, and then build around it. So it is philosophically an interesting concept. So I just wanted to make that comment. Member Clark, I like the idea of looking at Seguin, because I do think there is something in what is being said. That was my initial thought. If you have a lot of acreage, 75%, all of a sudden, you can get quite large there. So I think there's just a huge range, particularly on Lake Muskoka. Another comment that Member Clark made that I think is interesting to explore is the side yard setbacks. We don't really talk about that much, but creating a bit more of a buffer, possibly between properties, I think is something. I mean, we often talk about the front yard setback, but we haven't really talked as much about side. So I just throw that out as something to be contemplated in this. And finally, on the enforcement piece, that's the first time I've heard something where I'm like, that is meaningful. If you can't build or you get permits stopped for a year, that is a significant tool in our toolbox, is my initial reaction. So thank you.
Okay, Councillor Edwards.
Thank you very much. I agree with the lot coverage. I think that's good, and that, though I don't know why. I did live in Calden. I thought it was beautiful for the 30 years that I lived there, but it's not. It's not for up in this area and that. But I think we should come up with something for that, because it is the blasting is getting out of hand, and I think Councillor Jagowitz said it. We should have a separate regulation for the blasting, because it causes so much damage. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, and through you, Madam Chair. I'm encouraged with this conversation in the waterfront, but I'm also seeing the same thing happen just outside the waterfront. So they're not making any more waterfront. So people, to get the view, are some people are blasting the back part. So we got to look at that as well on the disturbance. I'm not talking about a tree bylaw that restricts the farmer or a operator or a person, a rural has a lot of trees. I'm talking about the complete destruction. I had a phone call from a constituent where the landowner didn't really have any plans of what he's going to do. And he totally cleared, no blasting yet, but I know the blasting is going to come from property to property, property to property. And what that basically is a big moonscape with we talk about water management, the water just comes screaming down this hill and pools down in the ditch. So I would like this also to cover the rural areas. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Hayes.
Thank you. First off, I'm going to say that I agree with Councillor Roberts. It should be in effect in all areas in Muskoka Lakes. And people should be encouraged to build with the topography. So most of our roads were built with that. So why not continue to build our houses with that? That's a good Muskoka characteristic. There should be limited blasting. I think the only way to do, we talked about permitting it at one point, and there was a lot of resistance to that. So I don't know how you're going to do it. And just on somebody else's comment, I think it was Councillor Mazan's about the side yard setback and Bob's. That side yard setback, I view that as a Muskoka friendly fence. It's not really intrusive, but it gives neighbors a little bit of leeway there where they don't have to put up that big fence because they don't want to see what their neighbors are doing. So yeah, if you want to increase the side yard setback, I would agree with that.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Harding.
Thank you. Just to circle back on blasting, and I agree generally, and maybe it's the building envelope, we do need to understand it. You know, there's also a trade-off because redevelopment or development of lots that have not been developed yet are typically the high rock outcroppings, a lot of distance from the waterfront. The place I believe Councillor Roberts is referring to off of Highway 118, to access a back lot, you've got to climb a massive hill to get there. So we may potentially, and I'm not sure if in the OP is where we do it, but the trade-off to me is if you're not going to blast, we may have to give some height exemptions, but then you see the place up there. So, you know, it's careful what you ask for, because a 35-foot high building perched on top of a rock is going to be excessive, whereas if it was somewhat set down or in and around the building. So I think blasting does need to be understood a little bit more. The other thing, and I want to throw it out there because what I like, Chair Bridgeman, is that we are trying to, in this particular case, solve some problems. So we know we have problems of hardscaping, we have problems of driveways and stuff, and it's a nice way to do that. I know there's been some discussion, but I'm going to put this on the table with Nick to sort of understand, and it ultimately I think will end up back in a zoning bylaw specifically, but there might be some contemplations of this in the OP. We regularly end up in LPAT and bylaw enforcement because of what goes on inside a building. We allow one cottage, one sleeping cabin. They're building the garage. It's all got plumbed. It's everything else. They're going to have a bed in there. And I wonder whether or not we want to give some thought to considering not regulating so much of what goes on inside a building. And again, do you want to have a sleeping cabin with a bed, no facilities, to split up the cottage as opposed to the 8,000 square foot footprint and taking down many trees and put a little cabin in the woods of a sleeping cabin, so on and so forth. And maybe we regulate plumbing facilities to only 3 buildings on the property. And again, to some of the large ones. That may help us along. And I throw it out there as this goes forward, because if we didn't have to say that garage is going to be a living accommodation, that second floor, and now the neighbors are yelling at it or whatever it is, and they throw the storage in there when bylaw comes by, and it just becomes a never-ending cycle. Do we tighten up a little bit on lot coverage? And I just send that out there because it's extremely difficult for us to regulate and to enforce what goes on inside a building. And the idea of, I think, Chair Bridgeman, 75% is really easy. You walk on the property, take a picture, you know how much they've disturbed on the outside. But what goes on inside those 4 walls is difficult. So I throw that out there.
Okay, Member Clark.
Yeah, just briefly, I agree with everything Phil's saying. I mean, there's all kinds of buildings that are going up now with permits for one thing, and they're going to be intended for another. I think we will get away from these monster cottages if we can start looking more creatively at how people are using their properties now. And I think if we do that in conjunction with building in the woods versus them pulling them forward, then having, you know, garage 200 feet back and, you know, you've already disturbed an area when you've built a single story. If they want to put something on top of that for guests, help, whatever that may be, maybe not rental, then, and I don't think anybody's running around building extra buildings right now to rent their property out, but I'll, again, defer to you guys. You deal with problems every day that I'm not. And the same thing on blasting. I mean, I think we're all trying to solve a bunch of stuff on this. I think there's, again, combination of a whole bunch of policies that we're talking about, that if we think about them in conjunction instead of in isolation, there's a good way to come up with a plan. And if somebody says they're gonna not disturb their property and build based on the topography, then maybe it is a height restriction that's different than if they're gonna blast. You know, I would just say that we keep talking about restrictions. We also need to talk about, again, if we're going to go down the site plan approval path, certainly don't agree with it, but if we are, if there's an open area 40 feet away from the water and it stops us from blowing the hell out of a lot, then let them build 40 feet away from the water and don't do blasting. But the second you say, no, it's got to be 66 feet, and that means you're going back 120 feet, that's where, you know, going and dynamiting things. The only other issue I'll let you know will become a problem is, to Phil's point, a lot of these are very high lots. They're challenging lots. I think we all would agree that people know what they're buying. But the trump factor of all of this then becomes accessibility, right? So you buy a high lot, you want to get down to your cottage. You know, you're not going to pave a mountain. You're going to have to do some blasting and other things. And then I don't know if we even end up back at LPAT on, you know, well, I have to do that because of accessibility. I can't go down 100 stairs to get to my cottage. So again, I don't want to pick out things that are in isolation. I think this whole moonscaping conversation, you know, somebody's doing that. It just doesn't respect anything we're doing. So whatever our laws and regulations are, it's about penalties. You know, we had an example on the week, some crazy guy doing something, and you know, ultimately it's about the laws and the penalties we put in place. It's not necessarily about the rules. I think our rules need to be, you know, defined, but I also think in our OP, we're starting to do a lot of zoning bylaw laws, you know, versus having an OP. We're getting into numbers, definitions, et cetera, that are very what you can do and what you can't do. It's supposed to be an official plan, right? So just want to stay on track and make sure we're looking at the 10 things that are the definitions for what we're going to do for creating a lot. Blasting's one of the 10 components. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Member Thompson.
Yeah, just following up on the penalties for non-compliance to some of the stuff. If you can take down a certain percentage of your property and you take down a certain more, if you increase that, you violate that. Then how about in addition to you can't build for a year, you have to replant back everything you cut, and you have to let it grow for a bit. Maybe you let it grow for a year, maybe you let it grow for 2 years, and then you can apply to get your permit. Because honestly, you really have to have a strict penalty or people are not going to abide by this. Second point is, I think we have to be careful when we do a blanket 25%. I think Councillor Chair Bridgeman, your comment about separating it out between first 200 feet, certain percentage, that same percentage might apply to the next 300 feet or however big your lot is. So if you just say a certain percentage of the entire lot, they could front end load it all and it's all down by the water. And last point, with respect to Mayor Harding's comment about not regulating use. If we don't regulate use, we have to figure out the septic issue, and maybe it works saying, okay, you can only have plumbing in 3 buildings, but we don't know how many bedrooms are going to be in those buildings. So it's just, there's going to be a septic issue, because I think that's one of the, the main reasons that that people are, building their extra storage area is to stick another bedroom and bathroom in there eventually.
Yeah, lots of details. I know there's this concepts come out and then all the details. Member Clark.
Just in response to that, I think the township already takes a bond for replanting, landscaping, et cetera. So when you do tree cutting, they already take a bond. The bond, bluntly is insignificant. So that, again, that comes down to our enforcement penalties, et cetera, right? On storage buildings, I agree with Lori. So I think if you're creating square footage on your property, and if we go down the path that Phil's talking about, then that square footage needs to be calculated into the septic system, and the septic system needs to be upgraded immediately to match what's happening in that building. And I think based on the size of the building, we could even put in something that says it's assumed a certain percentage could be, is potentially bedroom. But I think if we do it on a footage basis, then that's going to cover that off. And I think that's our biggest concern. If somebody's doing something else with another building, let's just make sure all the things that we've gained by putting the proper septic regulations in, we keep, and in fact, even enhance. That'll probably force the upgrade and improvement of a lot of older septic systems that are probably near their life end. So I actually think it could be beneficial. Thank you.
Okay, I think you make septic, however many buildings you have in your property, the septic has to match it. I don't, basically, to your point, square footage, whatever. Mayor Harding.
Thank you. I was just going to comment the same. I mean, the reality is they're building it. They're saying they're not sleeping there, but they're actually sleeping there. So let's call a spade, and let's make sure the septic matches, and then solve a lot of headache and aggravation for all of us anyway. And I agree, I think, with Bob. Nobody's putting 5 bedrooms or different little buildings to rent them out on their big properties type of thing. And I think if we go down a licensing bylaw on short-term rentals, we actually then have the tools to shut that down, which is the other problem. So, we're attacking all of these little things to make our lives simpler and greater compliance in everything going forward. So I think we're moving in the right direction on all this stuff. Thank you.
Okay. Well, Mr. McDonald, have you got enough to think about?
Certainly do, Chair Bridgeman. Thanks a lot for that conversation. I just wanted to point out that we did take a stab at this issue in section E4.7 of the official plan, where we had included some new policy on site alteration, and we actually suggested in that policy that site alteration within 60 meters or 200 feet of the shoreline not exceed 25%, and that the total impervious surface cap be 10% on the entirety of the property. Now, I know that doesn't get directly at the blasting issue, because people may blast and then not hardscape. So there's a potentially a disconnect between how we've come up with the numbers in this regard. So we will certainly take a look at this and see if we can provide some clearer direction. The one thing I would point out, and I think somebody made this comment, we're hoping we're not writing the OP as a zoning bylaw. It will contain numbers, but we're trying to minimize that and provide direction. But the best place to have numbers is in zoning bylaws, blasting bylaws, site alteration bylaws, and tree protection bylaws. And all of those bylaws are not appealable bylaws. They're statements of council policy. They get put into effect and they're applied. So just to keep that in mind at the end of the day, we do like the sliding scale approach in terms of blasting and impervious surfaces. I think that makes a lot of sense. So we'll certainly take a look at that in some more detail. Last comment is because of the way the current OP is structured, the draft OP, in terms of requiring site plan approval in virtually all cases, that provides an opening to have a conversation with the landowners about site alteration on their property through that process. Whereas now there isn't that ability to have that conversation until it's too late. So there is a benefit of going through a site plan process in those cases, because I'm hopeful most people will come and talk to the township about what's required, and then find out they have to go through this process, as opposed to making alterations and then making the application. Anyways, that's my hopeful, perhaps optimistic view of the world. But there's a lot there for us to think of, and we'll certainly come back with some enhancements to the policies in the next draft.
Thank you. I just like the term non-disturbance, because I think for our constituents that sends it out. That's part of my thought. Member Arnie.
Thank you, Chair Bridgeman. It's been an interesting discussion. I am still very leery of using percentages. I would like to see limits on square footage as opposed to percentages. I'm also interested in Mr. McDonald's last comment about, I have an opposite feeling. The site plan agreements, I don't think are incentives to come to council prior to clearing the lot. Because if they don't need any permissions, they can clear it, and then they come back. They may have to plant some trees, but so be it. That's the cost of doing business, as Peter mentioned, I think. I don't know, and I know I've been trying to explore it, how we address behaviors prior to applications for development. And that's something I'll leave to you to explore, I guess.
Okay. Member Clark.
I think we're putting a lot of emphasis on behavior, prior to, et cetera. We have a lot of bad behavior after right now. And it's not because the people in the industries that I work in aren't explaining that to people or aren't telling them what is acceptable and not acceptable. The fact of the matter is, people want different things than we're willing to allow them to have right now. And I understand there's a balance between what everybody else wants and what some people want. But whether we call it progress or change, nobody likes change. Nobody likes, what somebody else may deem to be progress. But we're always changing, and we're always going to change. And the way people are using their properties, et cetera, is changing. So I think the reality is we can put a lot of rules and regulations in place, and we have them now. And I think we've talked about, maybe if we enforce them, the ones we have would work. I think there's fantastic ideas on, on how do we make these all work together. But, a big part of this becomes enforcement, penalties, et cetera, that have to have some teeth in them. Because right now we walk off a site and, the road isn't paved. There isn't a sports court. There's all kinds of things that are suddenly there, 3 or 4 years later. And many of them don't need to be permitted. Right? Like a pool doesn't need to be permitted, a tennis court doesn't need to be permitted. And to be honest with you, if we put in, I understand what Patricia's saying and generally always agree with what Patricia says, but somebody's paid for a much larger lot should be able to put more stuff on that lot. And that doesn't mean, moonscape it or anything, but I mean, if somebody's purposely bought a lot to be able to have a paved driveway because of the vehicles they drive and put a tennis court in and do all of those things, they've presumably gone and bought a piece of property large enough to go and do that. So limiting things in square footage versus percentages just isn't going to work, because a square footage on a half-acre lot is going to be very different than a 10-acre lot. And the challenge we got into, I would say, in my history of building up here, is the day we start putting square footage limits on things, that's how we started getting 7,500 square foot cottages. people were building 4,000 square foot cottages. And then we said to them, no, you can only build 7,500 square feet. Well, all my mates immediately said, I think I need one of those, because next year they're going to make it 3,000 square feet. So I'm going to take everything I can get right now. I think we actually, with some of our policies, we change people's behavior, right? Some for the good, some for the bad. Thank you.
Okay, so Mr. McDonald, that was a really good discussion. I think we are done for now. And so I'm going to suggest that if you'd like to take over, you can take us through the review of changes to the official plan and sort of
Great.
guide that part of it.
Great. So I'd be happy to, Chair Bridgman. So some of these things we've already touched upon in previous discussions. And as this group will recall, this table was prepared to basically summarize some of the more significant changes that are being made to the official plan as a consequence of the policy directions that were endorsed, ultimately endorsed by council last year. And as I indicated previously, it's hard to know what the cumulative impact of all those individual decisions are until you actually see it all written out in front of you. And that's exactly what happened when I presented the official plan. And I get the sense that there was a bit of a sticker shock when that happened. And as a consequence, I indicated that perhaps we should go back and look at some of those basic assumptions that we were relying upon to write policy to make sure we were going down the right road and the right path. So this table was prepared as a consequence. It was a few drafts of it were prepared. David, Mr. Pink certainly looked at it and provided his feedback. So it's entirely accurate in terms of what we're doing and how it relates to existing official plan policy. So we've only picked out the more significant changes. There's lots of little changes, obviously, through the document that we haven't picked out, but we'll certainly talk about as we go through the process. So what I'd like to do is basically go line by line. And my thinking process is at some point, I'm going to be directed to prepare a next draft. And unless I have direction on a change to a policy direction, the next draft is going to look the same as it relates to that policy direction. So for example, I'm going to pick an easy one, lot frontages on some of the lakes in the township. We were given clear direction to up those lot frontages, and we did. So unless I'm told otherwise, that's what the next draft is going to say as well, as a very simple example. So what I want to do then is just go through line by line. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it because I think we all understand what the issues are, and then have a conversation. And if there's a desire for there to be a different direction, and again, I leave this to you, Chair Bridgman, in terms of how this works, but the directions were provided to me by Planning Committee, ultimately through council. So I leave that to you and how that's conveyed back to me in terms of what I'm going to be doing going forward. So with that being said, I'm just going to start at the beginning. And the first one is, and I didn't number these things, I should have in hindsight, but the first one deals with site plan approval. There's been lots of discussion about site plan approval. And essentially, we're requiring site plan approval in the new official plan for all dwellings and major additions. So basically, new dwellings, that's pretty easy to understand, but any expansions greater than 10%, and any accessory buildings that exceed 30 square meters. So currently, the township requires site plan approval for all new dwellings. That's fair, on certain lakes and in certain zones. So it's not in all cases. But only, and when an addition is proposed, only when a doubling of the size is proposed. So it's basically 100%. So we're reducing that down to 10%. And for accessory buildings, the current exemption is 60 square meters or 600 square feet. So we're reducing that by half. So the point I want to make here is that, and this is part of the broader discussion, is that if we're going down the enhanced protection route established by the district plan, which was agreed upon, along with enhanced protection policies comes the need to implement them through site plan control. And through the district's plan basically says, if you're doing enhanced protection, then you go through a site plan control to ensure that that enhanced protection is being implemented. So it sort of goes hand in hand. And if you don't want enhanced protection, then perhaps you don't need site plan control in all cases. If you do, then site plan control comes along with it, because that's what the district plan requires us to do to implement those enhanced protection policies. So it is kind of a package deal to some extent. So I wanted to make that point. In addition, and I've made this point before, and I know some folks may think it's an additional requirement, it is an impediment, and I would agree it will lengthen approval processes. There'll be more applications, but if the township is interested in better outcomes, this is one of the ways to get there, is to go through a process where you enter into a legal agreement with a landowner to achieve certain objectives that is then enforceable. So if that's of interest, then I highly suggest the site plan approval be applied as we're suggesting. So that's what I'll say at this point. If there are any suggestions or alternatives, now's the time.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I missed your hand before, Member Clark. Would you like to say something? Okay. Mayor Harding. Well, wait a minute, Bob, you're on mute, so.
Yeah,
Okay.
in any event, I actually agree with site plan control. You know, to some degree, I think we should have triggers. I don't think 100% of all properties and everything we do. You know, 100% increase right now is maybe too unregulated. But again, I think we have to look at that. Is that a 600 square foot cabin, or, you know, in the front 66 feet or at 66 feet, or is that something that's 3,000 square feet? So the 100% rule may need looking at, but I think we should do some phased in approach, because you know, the cost of this, the time involved in dealing with it, the processing time, we're not set up to do any of this. So and the cost of development is skyrocketing as it is right now. So you know, I think there's a look at to go from 100% to 10% in any. Think about if your kid came home from school with those marks. It's just too far extreme. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Harding?
Thank you. I would agree. And I think, you know, 100% is too permissive. 10% is too restrictive. I kind of find on that first policy, probably a middle ground, that a 50% expansion is going to capture most of the stuff. And I think that would be a simpler way. You know, again, we're also going to overburden staff and everybody else. We're going to have to add 10 staff in our planning department if we had to put every single under site plan. So I think a 50% expansion says, hey, I'm doing a significant expansion. I think that is appropriate. And I would also carry that same issue through to the second policy, our second draft OP, and that's regarding site plan for all new, obviously a new boathouse, certainly, but I would do a 50% expansion in the boathouses as well, which would trigger site plan. So I'd add the 50 in there, not, you know, reduction from 100, which would be my recommendation on those two.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. On April the 12th, the working committee did meet to discuss 4 or 5 items, including grandfathering, increased lot size, lot coverage, island deeded access, and site plan control. And in summary on the site plan control, the thoughts from the working committee, and it was that we need to follow site plan control for district directive, need to follow the district directive. Tennis courts, et cetera, need to be site plan controlled. Site plan controlled for demolitions and rebuilds. If results in an increase in size or a change of footprint. Some thought that rebuilds should stay at 10% as written in the draft OP, since only mechanism TML have control site disturbance. So those were the points that were discussed at the April 12th meeting of the working committee, and I thought I should share it right up front. And when appropriate, I'll share the other ones.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hayes.
Yes, just a little bit of clarification. The da, da, da. The site plan, is that for just waterfront or is that for all of the properties in Muskoka Lakes? And then I may have a supplemental.
Okay, Mr. McDonald.
Yeah, Mr. Pink, probably best to answer this question. I'm certainly focusing in on the waterfront here, and I cannot recall right now if these same rules apply outside of the waterfront. Mr. Pink.
Mr. Pink.
Thank you. Through you. The current site plan control bylaw only subjects certain zones, and those zones are waterfront only zones. That is the way the current draft of the OP as well. This would be a waterfront focused discussion, unless directed otherwise.
Oops, sorry. Okay, follow up, Councillor Hayes.
I just would like to look at the lot creation on medium-sized lakes with a little bit more forgiveness, because a lot of those smaller lakes, if you're looking at the RCC, you're already looking after developments. So I would leave the lot creation on the medium-sized lakes as it is.
Hang on, are you up to lot? You're on to lot creation? I think we're on to site plan approval right at the moment. So next, I'll get you back again in a second. Member Thompson?
Yeah, I'd just like to return to something that Mr. McDonald said. You know, the reason that we're doing this is so that we have, you know, we can go through a process where we can codify a discussion about, you know, how to manage and use a property with the owner, and they enter into an agreement. And it's much easier to enforce that agreement than zoning, since it's a legal document, it's registered on title. We are trying to control how people are using their properties. And, you know, I don't know what the right percentage is, whether it's 10% or 50% or, you know, something in between those. I don't know, 50% seems like a lot, especially if it's already quite a big cottage. So I would, you know, err on something a little less than 50%, but I just think we need to keep in mind why we're doing this. And if we're concerned about the amount of work at Township, you know, that's an issue, an implementation issue. It's not what we should be building our policy on. So I just think we should think clearly about why it is we're doing this and develop the percentage of, you know, accordingly.
Okay, thank you. And I agree. This is talking about protection, as Mr. McDonald said. This is the direction we want to go. And the other part is implementation. So anyone else have any comments? I'm not sure that we have. Let me try this. Are we for site plan approval as it stands in the policy right now, policy direction, or do we want to increase that 10%? I think 50 is too big too. Do we move it to 20%? Anybody? 20%? I mean, it's going to go out to the public. It's going to come back again. But in terms of what we think we realistically want to look at, I see that Member Clark wants to speak again.
Sorry. I think we should probably take it back, if we could take it back to the working committee before we do this. I mean, 10 or 20%, it's a big deal, 8,000 square feet. But we already have a lot coverage percentage in the first 60 meters. So we have other things that are working with this to actually keep things under control. So my question is, if somebody has an 800 square foot perfectly good cottage and they want to add 400 square feet to it, and maybe we add something that says, you know, limited tree removal, or, you know, you can't take down half of 20 trees in 400 square feet, or have an arborist assess what you're doing with the trees you're removing. I mean, there's other ways to do it. I agree. If he's got 5,000 square feet at the water's edge and wants to add 50%, that's an issue. But if you've got 800 square feet at the water's edge, that's, you know, you've got somebody taking down a perfectly good cottage, and for potentially a Muskoka room. Doesn't make sense. So again, I think having a discussion around what the percentage is great, but I suspect it's going down the same path we've talked about before. It's probably not a hard and fixed percentage based on lot size and current coverage. Thank you.
Member Arnie?
Thank you. Yes, I think I'm following along that. We already do have lot coverage. So if that addition is square footage lot coverage, then that's going to be captured, I would hope. Do we need site plan control? I'm not entirely sure, but we might be able to look at something as to how close they are to their full capacity in relation to their lot coverage. Also, is it assumed that that is square footage on the ground, or does it include going up that 10%? So I have difficulty with the way it is right now, because I think there are way too many unknowns, and it simply confuses the issue. But I do think it might be, there might be something in there that if we think outside the box, it relates to their current lot coverage as a right in relation to what they're doing with their expansion, as to whether it triggers site plan or not.
Do you want to speak? Okay. Director Pink would like to speak.
Thank you, Chair. Not trying to stifle discussion in any way, but I know to me the significant change is the fact that currently a number of lakes and a number of zones do not impose site plan control entirely altogether. And I don't get any impression from this discussion that the policy direction is wrong to impose site plan control on all properties. I think we're getting into the fine details of where precisely the quantity or the scale of development triggers it. And I don't know if a group of this size is ever going to agree on 20, 25, 30, 50. So maybe just in the interest of time, you can leave that to the consulting team and staff to work out perhaps a better approach, and we can discuss it with the working committee and move on to the next row. I think, in my opinion, I am very supportive of percentages. I think they work very well in our township, just given the very different size of properties. But this may be an approach where instead of a percentage, we just go with a set quantity, whether it's a 300 or 500 square foot addition, because you could have a very different size of existing development where the percentage really doesn't work. I don't think we want to impose site plan on a 40 square foot addition on a very small place, but we do want to capture it on a very large expansion. So let the consulting team and staff work on that in draft 2. I think the clear direction I would have liked to see is if we were on the wrong approach on imposing site plan control on all lakes and in all zones, and I don't get that impression. So again, just in the interest of time, I hope that's helpful.
You know, Mr. Pink said exactly what I was just about to jump in and say myself. So I would agree with that. And I certainly, you know, the 100%, I mean, the 10% expansion, that seems pretty rigorous. So if there's a suggestion for another number, we can perhaps consider that for the purposes of going out and preparing a second draft. And I think 50% was floated as an idea. But in terms of exemptions and other things, we're getting into the nuts and bolts of a site plan control bylaw, not an official plan.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'm not sure. I think we need to float a percentage out to the public, I am guessing. I would agree 10% is too little. I think 50% personally is too much. What if we did 30, right in the middle? Just to send this out to the public. Mayor Harding, you're not liking that.
Sorry, I think I heard from Director Pink that we are going to let our working group work on it. Again, that 10, 20, 30%. Again, if I've got a 1,000 square foot cottage, and remember, we're putting this across everything to add a 200 square foot addition, which is nothing. We're now imposing a 20% site plan. appropriate path forward. Otherwise, again, we're going to have to go hire 40 staff to handle a 10 or 20 or 30% expansion. You know, even if we just put it on, even at 100% expansion right now, we're going to be doing a lot more site plans than we were yesterday. So that's, I think, a move in the right direction. So I'll leave it with staff to recommend to committee.
So I think Chair
Okay.
Bridgman, Chair Bridgman, on this one, I think we've got some good direction in terms of where we want to go with this. And as Mr. Pink indicated, there's no change in the direction to applying site plan approval. That's really what we were trying to get at. So the details, let us work with that, and we'll come back with a proposal in the second draft. So I'm
Okay,
content
great.
with those. I'm content with those first two, dealing with site plan approval for dwellings and boathouses. Okay. All right, the next one, just turning the page onto page 2, deals with site-specific soils investigation and 10 years monitoring. So basically, and this comes out of the enhanced policy framework established by the district plan as well, which we're incorporating in the township's plan. So basically, site-specific soil investigations required for new lots, vacant lots, and redevelopment, along with monitoring for a period of no less than 10 years. So currently the township requires this when a new lot is proposed on an over threshold lake. However, this new policy would apply to all waterfront lots whenever site plan approval is required and if a new leaching bed is required as well. So again, this direction is intended to implement the enhanced protection policies of the district OP, and certainly requiring this additional analysis and monitoring is a precautionary approach to protecting lake system health. And I do note that when we wrote the OP, we didn't expressly make this a requirement for redevelopment, but we certainly would to make that 100% clear. So this is a new requirement, certainly in a lot of cases, but the requirement for monitoring would certainly be new in a lot of cases, particularly if site plan approval is also applied at the same time. Any points or questions on that?
Okay, thank you. Member Arnie.
Apologies through you, Chair Bridgman. I didn't realize we were skipping over site plan and boathouses. In that section, I believe somewhere in the OP there was direction for policies on investigating more sustainable boathouse design. And I wondered, reconstruction is not included in this new and expanding boathouses. So I just put that out there that it would be an opportunity to require that boathouses be built back in a more sustainable way. Thank you.
Okay, I think that's been noted. So I can't tell if Mr. McDonald is talking. If he is, he's on mute.
Sorry, I was not talking, but we did include a section on boathouses that did talk about there being additional restrictions included in the zoning bylaw. And I do recall there also being discussion about the township actually developing boathouse development guidelines as well. And I think we might have made reference to that in the policy framework, but that's certainly outside of the official plan.
Okay, thank you. Member Clark.
In agreement with it, where site plan applies to whatever we agree on the overriding site plan thing. The 10 years monitoring, I'm very confused about. I mean, how do we implement that? How do we monitor this? I mean, you know, I have concerns right now, even in our septic program. I've got a sewage treatment plant at my property that gets inspected by the installer or certified installer every single year, and yet the township is showing up at my property every year to make sure I've got a good septic that's operating, and I can actually just send them the report and they say we don't care about that, which seems to me to be a waste of money. But I'm just wondering, how does this 10-year monitoring system work? We've got lots of properties around here that should probably be more than something that just went through a site plan approval. Thank you.
Mr. Pink.
Thank you. And sorry, Mr. McDonald, you might want to add to this, but I can field that question. Really the way to implement it, and there are current policies in place currently with law creation on over threshold lakes where we do require monitoring. The simple approach is to include it in the site plan agreement. Then an owner is going to voluntarily submit annual photographs. I think in our experience, what we find is very little compliance with that requirement. I think the alternative approach is to put a clause in site plan agreements in respect to monitoring, but also a financial security to ensure that the property owner in fact does meet their obligations. That may be the extra step that needs to be taken. I did want to just take the very quick opportunity so that those on council are well aware. We talk regularly about the added workload to approving site plans and the additional site plan applications. I think what's very important and council needs to be cognizant of, approving is one thing that can be typically more straightforward. It's the monitoring and enforcement of the agreements that's of great value and is significantly a greater workload issue. So just wanted to raise that, but to directly answer the question, we can simply put in the agreement that an owner is going to annually touch base with the planning department and provide photographic evidence of the shoreline. The key missing piece is how to ensure compliance with that. And again, a security is one option.
Okay, thank you. A follow-up, Member Clark?
Yeah, sorry, I apologize. I thought we were doing 10 years of monitoring of the soil samples. If it's the site plan, I get it. Yeah, my apologies. Thank you.
No problem. Member Arnie.
Thank you, Chair. No, I wasn't confused about that. I was concerned about whose responsibility and how the monitoring was going to be carried out. I have a feeling that I would rather see the money spent on our overall septic reinspection program, because if we've already done a soil analysis and the system is new and it's been approved and inspected, I question the value of that monitoring. We do the water monitoring, so if there is a problem, it would likely show up. That would be my only question. I think our septic reinspection program has a lot more issues to deal with than a brand new system that's already gone through a site-specific soils investigation.
I should have perhaps made this a little clearer and maybe not put these two ideas together in the same row, but the monitoring is much more expansive than just soils. It deals with the vegetative buffer, it deals with stormwater management controls, it deals with the level of impervious surfaces and all kinds of things through the site plan agreement. So if there's a site plan agreement that says, for example, an area shall remain undisturbed, then the intent here is that that is monitored to ensure that that is actually the case on a year-by-year basis. Instead of the township going out and visiting every property on their own volition, they put the onus on the property owner to demonstrate and prove that they're actually complying with the site plan agreement they've entered into. Now, 10 years may seem kind of short if you think about it that way, but it's certainly a period of time that money can be held by the township to ensure compliance. And then if compliance is proven over those 10 years, then that money is given back to the property owner. So it's certainly an incentive for them to do that.
Follow up, Member Arnie?
Yes, follow up. I think that's an interesting clarification. And yes, I think they should be separated going forward. Thank you.
Okay, I believe that's it for this section, Mr. McDonald.
Yes, I do believe we've talked that one through. Next one is lot creation on large lakes. So currently the minimum lot area required is, it is proposed to require 0.8 hectares and a minimum frontage of 90 meters on all large lakes. Currently it is 0.4 hectares and 60 meters. on Lake Muskoka and Lake Rosso, but it is currently 0.8 hectares and 90 meters already on Lake Joseph. So we decided through the updating to increase the lot frontages on the other two lakes, but leave Lake Joseph as is. And certainly requiring larger lots further limits the number of new lots you can create in the first place, limits the number of new septic systems, and protects the natural tree character of the remaining undeveloped and underdeveloped shoreline areas. So that's what we did to implement that direction. So any comments, suggestions on that?
Member Lundell?
Thank you. I just wondered we could go back to Mr. Pink to ask how Lake Joseph came to be 90 meters and yet Rosso and Muskoka remained at 60. Was it because it's a lake trout lake, or was at that point designed to be, was labeled as an at threshold lake? I'm just wondering what the history is on that.
Mr. Pink?
Thank you. Through you. That has been in place for many years, well before my time here in the early 2000s. My understanding is, I think it was a combination of two things. One, it was a character argument. I think generally Lake Joseph was the last of the three lakes to really start becoming developed, and they wanted to retain a larger lot size. Also had to do with water quality considerations at the time when the Ministry of the Environment was more involved. And I think it's just always been kept in place since that time.
Okay, so any further comment, Ms. Member Lundell?
Well, I guess then I would say if it was based on water quality considerations and we have climate change and are really trying to take a precautionary approach, that I would say the same in the interest of consistency. It would be a good idea to increase the other two lakes then to 90 meters. That would be my opinion.
Okay, do I have Member Arnie?
Thank you, Chair Bridgeman. Through you, maybe to David, I think. You had mentioned that, yes, increasing the frontage will decrease the number of lots that are available, but also increase the potential for two-story boathouses. Has there been any review on what the difference of impact is between a one or a two-story boathouse? It's a trade-off, and I think we should understand the significance of that trade-off. Because yes, if someone's going to need 90 meters and it gives them a two-story boathouse outright, then they're likely going to build it. Thank you.
Okay, Director Pink?
Thank you. Through you. I think my earlier comments were not so much indicating in regards to the impact of a two-story boathouse, other than in my experience more recently, there haven't been that many lot creation proposals at 60 meters and 1 acre because of the strong desire for a two-story boathouse. Again, not to say that those applications haven't been submitted in the last few years, but most lot creation proposals that we are experiencing seem to be on the 90 meter end already because of the desire for a two-story boathouse. Those issues were heavily studied in the waterfront density exercise of the early 2000s, and it was felt appropriate to ensure that a natural shoreline dominated to require that additional 100 feet of frontage to compensate for the oversized boathouse. So again, I think if the direction is to increase lot sizes, the part of that argument is to preserve the character, that being a naturally vegetated shoreline. Yes, it will mean two-story boathouse is permitted, but it was deemed appropriate that was appropriate on a 300-foot lot.
Okay, thank you. Follow up? No? All right. Member Clark.
Yeah, I sort of feel that we went around and around on this one in our steering committee group and had decided to leave things the way they were, and it had to do with people would then put in two-story boathouses, and we'd also weigh the ability for somebody with a 101-foot lot that's looking for some sort of succession planning or estate planning opportunity, that would actually remove that with their family. So I was under the impression that we were going to leave things the way they were, but could be mistaken. Thanks.
Oh, yeah, it's Mr. Pink.
Thank you for that. I did just want to clarify for those planning committee members that are not on the steering committee or the working committee, just to provide some background. I believe this policy direction was heavily discussed, I believe, at our first meeting this go round, and I believe a straw poll was taken amongst this group, and the direction was to retain the policy direction and leave the increased frontages in place. As Chair Roberts identified, we did have a steering or working committee meeting, I believe it was on April 12th, where that matter was again heavily debated. And the direction from that committee was to leave the status quo as in the existing frontages of our existing OP, so to reverse the policy direction. So it seems like we've had two inconsistent decisions. We've come now perhaps third time. Hopefully we can land the direction and move forward with clear direction to Mr. McDonald. So I wanted to provide that background for those planning committee members who weren't in attendance on April 12th.
Okay, so I believe we need to get a straw vote here on whether it stays current or whether we move the other two lakes to the same as Lake Joe. Okay, Member Thompson?
Yeah, just before we have a vote, I think that, given, following up what Liz Lindell said, if it is more protective, we're trying to be more protective of our lakes. And if we keep it the way it is now, then there will be no public comment on it effectively. And so it will probably end up, just what it is right now. And if we want to move in the direction of being more protective, then I think maybe we should put it out there for public comment. And if we get a lot of pushback, we can reconsider. But I think there are a lot of people who would like to see more of our shorelines, being retained as the natural treed shoreline than we currently have now. And they believe that, even though you're getting the applications for the 300-foot properties, why don't you just say, okay, that'll be your minimum. That's what people are applying for anyway. And so let's leave it at that. And if you're worried about the 300-foot boathouses and the 300-foot properties and the 200 in the two-story boathouses, then perhaps you think about increasing the size of a lot to have a two-story boathouse.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Harding.
Thank you. Again, I'm not objecting to some public input on this. I'm not interested in increasing two-story boathouses to 400 feet per se. I think we're fine at 300. I like the separation, by the way, that if I do want to have just a lot, 200 feet. So I think we've actually got it right already, is my perspective. But if we have to get some public input, do we want more? We could get some public input. But, enhanced protection doesn't mean every single number and everything we have to enhance. I think the nice part is also we encourage people in this to go to 300 feet if they want the 200, they want the two-story boathouse. There are still some people who have a 400-foot lot and might want one for each child if they have two kids. So I'll leave it at that. I'm open to committee whichever way we go if we want to get some public input, but I think my ultimate vote is going to be to go back to where we are.
Okay, well, just remembering that lots that are sold are whatever size they are. So we're talking about new lot creation here, not current ones. And I guess my comment would be that I like the idea of more frontage without a boathouse. I know the two-story is a little bit more invasive, but it's not any wider on a lot. So that's my comment. Okay, Member Arnie, and then I think I'll see if I can get a straw vote here. Member Arnie?
I was just going to comment that if the public wants increased frontages, they also have that right to respond if we put it out as it is.
True. Okay, so can I get sort of a straw vote here? We put it out as it is being proposed now with 300 feet on the other two large lakes. Can I get in favors for that? Okay, I believe, Mr. McDonald, that's going to stay that way.
Okay.
Madam Clerk, did you get that?
Oh.
Yeah, so I think we've got a majority there. And we say it's going out for public comment. This is not the final say, but that's what we will that as. So, okay, on to the next one.
All right, lot creation on medium lakes is the next one. So basically proposed to increase the lot frontage on medium lakes to 0.8 hectares and 90 meters as well. Currently, it's 0.4 meters and 60 meters. And again, for the same reasons as increasing the lots on large lakes, the same reasons apply here on medium lakes as well.
Do we have any comments from anybody on this? Well, I'm not. Oh, Councillor Hayes.
Yeah, we cover this off in the RCC where we actually look at the lakes to see what threshold they are. So I don't see why we have to increase the lot size, because if the lake can handle it with the RCC, why can't we just leave it the way it is?
Okay, any other comments at all? All right, then I am assuming if there's no other comments that we are generally in favor of what is being proposed here with the increase in lot size. Have I got that right?
That's what I believe I got from it. The comment about RCC having an impact is a good one, because you'll see later that there are 50 lakes that'll be prohibited from creating lots as a consequence, but we'll get there in a moment. Next one is a lot creation thing as well, and it's lot creation where steep slopes are present. So we basically took the current permissions of 60, 90, and 120 meters and just increased them to 90, 120, and 150. So I would note that the minimum frontage already increased to 90 meters, so we had to make a change anyways to make that consistent in some cases. Again, same reasons for increasing lot frontages in the other examples mentioned apply here as well. I would note that lots with steep slopes are more challenging to develop than others. So clearly requiring larger lots allows for a lot of that area to be protected and provides more opportunities and options for development in better locations on those properties.
Okay, thank you. Member Clark.
Yeah, so again, on this one, I mean, we're back into the combination of a bunch of things, right? So if it's going to have to go through site plan approval, I'm sure during the process of analyzing a lot creation, we'd probably be looking at whether the lot would need to be increased in size. So I'm not sure why we're increasing it. I mean, if we're already saying it's 300 feet, then presumably we'd be able to find a building site or not a building site, and whether they can blast or not blast. So I think we're just layering things again to make it very difficult to do things. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hayes.
Thank you. What do you do when you have a mixed area? You have shoreline that has not a steep slope and then a steep slope. So do you say, yes, you could build a cottage on the lower area? Or do you say, no, you've got 50% steep slope, so it has to be bigger? Like, I guess I'm kind of with Bob on this. You have to really look at the property to decide whether or not it has to be have a larger frontage or not. So I wouldn't want to say that we're increasing them when they could be built on. So I'm just looking for a little bit of clarity on that. What do you do when you have?
I'm going to ask Mr. Pink to comment on that from an operational perspective.
Hey, Mr. Pink.
Thank you. Split zone properties are not that common. so it doesn't come up. But when there is a more stringent zone and lot creation is proposed, they need to meet all requirements. So if a portion of the property does identify those steeper slopes, then we will require those increased frontages or acreages. The odd time, we will get what are called concurrent applications. So there'll be the lot creation proposal together with a rezoning that might say, you know, we recognize that there's only a small area of the property with a steep slope, and they may look for relief on their lot frontage because they can build in a more level area. So each property is dealt with on a case-by-case basis, but generally speaking, we go with the precautionary approach where you've got to meet the most stringent zone that's applied to the property. And then you can put forth your arguments if you feel it warrants relief. So hopefully that helps address the question.
Okay, you good? Thank you. Okay, so I think we need to get some consensus here. Are we good with sending this out as proposed? So we're already at 90 meters, right? Because of what we've done before. And do we want to increase this more? Okay, let me rephrase that. Who's in favor of sending it out as proposed in our current draft? Can I get hands? Anybody is? 3, 5. All right, those who don't want that change? I'm sorry, Glenn. Glenn, were you for? Hang on, let me do this again. I missed you. Oh, it was resting? Okay. Okay. Can I have a show of hands again for those who want to send it out as it's written currently in our new draft? Six, 7. We got 7? Okay. Those opposed? That would be 4. 5. So it's going out as is in the current draft.
Okay, sounds great. Moving on to the next one, lot creation on narrow water bodies. So again, same thing. We've basically taken the existing permissions. So if the area of narrowness is between 75 and 150 meters, then 120 meter lot frontage is required. If the area of narrowness is less than 75 meters, no lot creation is permitted. So currently, if you're between 75 and 150, you need 90. Now we're saying 120. And if the area of narrowness is less than 75, currently 120 is required, but we're saying if you're less than 75, you cannot create a new lot. Now, keeping in mind, we just increased lot sizes to 90, so it kind of changes this anyways. So again, this is the same thing. We're basically increasing the circumstance between 75 to 150 to 120 from 90.
Okay, any comments on this one? Mayor Harding.
Thank you. Again, I guess, you know, the 90 to 120 is large. You know, to me, I'd just pick a number of 100, make it 10%, not quite as egregious type of thing. It's still more, still required. And I'm not sure I would totally eliminate the creation of lots. I think I would just leave it at 100, or maybe that goes to 120 at that particular point. So.
Okay, any other comments on that? Changing the actual footage on this? I mean, meters, footage, if you're Councillor Edwards. Oh, Councillor Edwards.
Yeah, thank you. I don't have a problem letting the public and that comment on it. If we put it in, take it out. I mean, they're going to comment. I believe most of this in and get comments from the public, and that's why I leave it in.
You're on mute, Chair Bridgeman.
Well, that won't help. Sorry about that, guys. So we have an agreement maybe that we will leave this in as is. We'll get the public comment. It'll come back to the steering committee, and then they can have a look at it from what has come back from the public. So I
Okay.
think I'm getting enough nods here that we're good, Mr. McDonald.
Great. This is going very well. Next one is creation of water access lots. Again, the same thing. So minimum lot area required is 1 hectare, minimum lot frontage is 120, and currently it's 0.8 hectares and 90 meters. So again, an increase for all of the same reasons we just went through.
Okay, Councillor Jaglowitz.
Thank you, Chair. A question. Do water access lots include islands?
Yes, they do.
Okay, I think Director Pink indicated in a recent meeting we had on an island that possibly the frontage isn't as important on an island, but the acreage is. And I wonder if Director Pink would want to comment whether or not that area should be increased to much higher than what it is.
Director Pink?
Thank you. I don't believe my previous comments were that lot frontage is not important. I think lot frontage is always typically important in our township, but it's not as the limiting factor on lot creation. It's typically islands have ample frontage, and what restricts the number of lot creation proposals on our islands is the amount of acreage. I think acreage is also quite important on island properties because you want to ensure that there's room for a properly located septic system well back on a very small island. When you factor in the site alteration discussions we've been having, you can do quite a bit of damage on an island property, which is a concern. So again, I think we've had this reoccurring theme in the last few rows with the policy direction to increase lot area and frontage across the board. And I get the sense the direction seems to, let's hear from the public, and we've increased lot requirements for water access properties correspondingly with all the other situations.
But I wondered, David, my question, I wondered if you feel it should be maybe doubled in size, the acreage. I thought that was your comment. Maybe I misunderstood it.
Okay.
Thank you. Through you, I don't recall if I did, and perhaps I did. I stand to be corrected, but I don't know if I indicated it should be increased to a certain size. I see we have the draft does propose a modest increase in lot area. It's a fairly substantial minimum lot size. I think Mr. McDonald can confirm. Across the province, these are about the most stringent minimum lot requirements you're going to find out there. So I don't know if we necessarily have to increase it any further, but certainly open to the discussion if committee wishes to direct otherwise.
Okay, any other comments from anyone else? Well, I'm going to suggest that Ms. Lundell.
We're always just looking to see whether there's some way we can make things clearer and more consistent, because I think that's often perceived to be fairer. I can certainly understand the 1 hectare minimum lot size, but I'm wondering if we just continue with our 90 meter frontage, because that's what we've already got for the other lakes. And I just think that might be easier for people to understand. It's just going to be 90 feet frontage, and that's what we could be consistent with.
Okay, does anybody have any comments on that? All right, well, I guess consistency, we already had them, island properties as more frontage. It's my only comment. All right, so I'm going to assume that we're going to stay the way we are with this one and put it out to the public this way, unless I get comments from anybody. That's the direction I'm going to give Mr. McDonald. Okay, Mr. McDonald, I think we're good.
Great. So next one is requiring deeded title to mainland property for new water access lots. And to be clear, this would only apply to applications to create new lots, and it would not apply to existing lots. Currently, there is a requirement through a consent agreement that prohibits utilization of public parking and docking, but there is no requirement for mainland deeded access. And this was a very specific policy direction agreed to, was policy direction 18, require deeded access to mainland property for new water access lots. So it's a very clear policy direction. We do recognize that this will have a significant impact on the creation of new water access lots, since obtaining deeded access will be challenging. And we've already had some public comments on this particular point. Again, if there's any discussion or questions about this, now's the time.
Okay, so Member Arnie, I'm not sure if I missed you on the last one or your hand is up for this one.
I was anticipating this one. Thank you, Chair Bridgeman. I believe in our meeting on April the 12th, Director Pink suggested that it would be possible to put on title a responsibility to have and maintain mainland appropriate parking and docking. And that seemed to fly a little better with the group. I wonder if Director Pink could clarify if I'm remembering correctly.
Director Pink?
Thank you, Chair. Just referring to my notes of that April 12th meeting to refresh my memory. We did have a lengthy discussion, I guess, to provide a bit of background. Currently, we do require not just a letter from a marina, but we do require that a consent agreement registered on title be entered into, and it stipulates that public docking and public parking shall not be utilized as your access. We can, the existing official plan does have policies that ensure appropriate access is secured, and staff, we've had some recent delegations to Planning Committee, and staff can pursue some added restrictions under current policy just to ensure that appropriate access is utilized, not just that public parking and docking are not utilized, but it doesn't have to go to the full extent of requiring mainland deeded property. We can build in some flexibility in that agreement because people's personal situations may change. Just to update all of those Planning Committee members who were not at the Working Committee meeting on April 12th, there was a general lack of support to this policy direction, or what my notes indicate. And some of the solutions that were discussed were more support for dryland marinas, water taxi services, and a general caution or note that if this policy direction is pursued, we'll need certainly more supportive waterfront landing policies because we're going to see a lot more of them. So again, hopefully that background of the Working Committee discussion helps those Planning Committee members today. Again, I'm happy to provide more background on what the existing OP and our practices are, but I hope that answers the question.
Member Arnie, or that answers it for you? Okay, I just quick note before I get to Mayor Harding. We have had an application in for waterfront landing, and the opposition by most residents is huge. So I think trying to put this in creates such a barrier for anybody trying to be on an island property that I myself can no longer support this. So I just thought I'd throw that out. Mayor Harding?
Thank you. I agree with that. Wrong policy, and just where we're going, I think, is appropriate as far as where we've currently been going, not where this goes.
Councillor Roberts?
Just in summary, at the April 12th meeting, the committee said the majority agreed to leave this out of the new OP.
Okay, thank you. Yes, and I know there are enhanced ways that Mr. Pink and his staff can enforce this without having deeded access. Councillor Jaglowitz?
I guess I have a question and a comment. And if we're going to allow new lots, waterfront lot, or new island lots to be created, where do we think the people are going to park their boats? It's a rhetorical question. I think if we're going to allow the island lot creation, we're going to have to put up with waterfront landings. I mean, that's all a marina is, really. Like, I'm trying to think of what would happen if the Wallace Marina closed and no longer took any of the islanders' boats, what would happen? Well, I guess those people would have to buy some mainland properties and create their own, wouldn't they? So I think it's something that should be thought about. People can't walk on water to get there. So anyway, that's just my thought. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else have any thought? Oh, Councillor Mazan.
Thank you, and through you, and I suspect this was maybe discussed at your April 12th meeting, but just on that comment, even for island properties that are being resold, right, this is an ongoing issue because that doesn't always come with a permitted land use. If you're a new owner on a already purposely built piece of property, that you can't make the assumption that that property already has a landing space. So to what Councillor Jaglowitz is saying is even if that property is turning over, so I know that could have been discussed, but I do think it needs to be looked at because that is something that has come up in the last few years. If you have a new owner, it can be very disruptive to landings that are being used unofficially. So just a comment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Well, certainly in the public docs, I believe, as Councillor Hayes said, that's enforcement. So I think I need to circle back here with everybody because if we have the majority of us who are not interested in having this in our new plan, I believe we have to do a motion, right? Director Pink, I think we need to do that, and for Mr. McDonald too, because we passed these policy directions. So if we're going to reverse anything, we can do that. It's not an issue. All right. So now I'm going to ask in terms of we need deeded title to mainland property. If it is an island water access property, how many are in favor of what is being proposed now, that there has to be deeded mainland property? How many are opposed? Okay, so Director Pink, I think we need to update that. Okay, all right, so we're going to, in case we do anything else here, we'll just make it one resolution at the end. So Mr. McDonald, I don't know if this is the appropriate time for a lunch break.
You know, it might be a good idea to do that. I have a feeling there will be more to talk about after we go through this table. So now is probably a great time.
Okay, so back at 1 o'clock, everybody. We'll see you then. Okay. Okay, everybody, welcome back. Get everybody to turn their videos on, please. And then, are we good, Lauren?
Yep, you're still live on YouTube.
Okay, thank you very much. So we'll just make sure we have a quorum here before we start again. Okay, we certainly have council. What about? Yeah, so we're good. Okay, I think, Mr. McDonald, we're good to resume.
Great. Hope everyone had an enjoyable lunch. I know I did. It's good to take a break. So we're going to just keep on going through this table. And the next one was redevelopment within the 20-meter setback area. So basically, the proposed policy says that between 15.2 and 20 meters from the lake, an existing dwelling can be increased by 10%. And a second story is permitted. What it doesn't do is no longer permit anything less than 15.2 meters away from the lake, which the current bylaw permits a 20% expansion in floor area between 10.6 and 15.2 meters. So there was no specific policy direction on this particular item, but we took a stab at this one. We did discuss grandfathering to some extent. There was a lot of discussion about it. So we have included this change under the enhanced protection policies philosophy that we've adopted in this particular case. Obviously, by making it more restrictive, that means that more shoreline potentially has the ability of being retained in its natural state. At the same time, we do recognize that there will be an increased number of minor variances as a consequence, and we've included updated minor variance criteria in the official plan to provide some advice. So clearly a change here from the current framework. I should note as well that one decision that council could make in this particular case is this is currently a bylaw provision. It's not an official plan provision. If council wished, they could defer dealing with this until the bylaw is looked at some point in the future, and maybe that's the best place for it. But if council is interested in dealing with this in the OP through policy, we can, and we did in this draft. And I'll certainly take your direction moving forward on what to do with this going forward. Thank you.
Okay. Any comments? Director Pink, would you just let us know why we put this in the OP then, or why we would just leave it to our bylaws? Pros and cons, please.
Thank you, Chair. I guess it's like a lot of the items we've been discussing. Obviously, if there's more policy language and backing, then more likely for support and clear direction as to what will be entailed in the zoning bylaw. Certainly, the other alternative is to provide a more flexible approach. And I think as we touched on earlier, a lot of the discussions we've been having, could be left to finer discussions, either the site plan control bylaw or the site alteration bylaw, or in this case, the zoning bylaw. So it really depends on committee's wishes as to, the level of specificity, and clarity that you want to provide so that, that direction is provided. Again, there's pros and cons to that approach. Obviously, it's a very clear direction, and the community will know what the guidelines are, with little room for flexibility. The drawback to that is, as every property and development is so unique in Muskoka. Sometimes, development seems to make sense on a property, even though it might not fall into that perfect framework you've identified in the official plan. So it can be helpful to sometimes have flexible policy language to allow certain developments to proceed without official plan amendments. So it's, I think, like most things, it's the ultimate goal is to provide that perfect balance, and hopefully we can achieve it.
Thank you, Mr. Pink, but we don't have many LPAT issues on this, do we? Just a question.
No, I think I wouldn't say that there's a large number of LPAT hearings or particularly contentious applications with a front yard. It's not typically one that neighboring property owners would take too much interest in. But with that said, after probably lot coverage, variances for the setback from the lake are probably our most common application. So very common, but not one that neighbors seem to get too involved in or end up at LPAT.
Thank you for that, for my information. Mayor Harding?
Thank you. There's no question. Remember, it was about 5 years ago we said we brought this in where we put in place the 20% front yard, grandfathering permission. I think to immediately change this to 10% is too aggressive. I do agree that there is some confusion, some issues with the way our zoning bylaw is currently worded. And I think the reason we get a lot of variances in this particular one is because of the 0 to 35 feet, there's zero change, but oftentimes there's weird little lines and I've got to follow that same footprint. And I might need to do a 1 foot section here to square up the cottage. And then we end up into minor variances just for that extra foot. And I think personally, I'd like to take this out of the OP. I'd like to have a look at our zoning bylaw personally and see if we can simplify it. I think the 20% has been working. I just think we simplify its implementation to reduce the number of variances while protecting everything as we go forward. So that would be my recommendation moving forward.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hayes.
Thank you. I'm along the same lines as the mayor. I don't think this is more of a bylaw issue, and to apply for a bylaw amendment, that's one thing, but to have an OP amendment just so that you can build on a small extension on your house. I would like to see it either one way or the other, and I think this particular one belongs in the bylaws, not in the OP.
Thank you. And I'm going to ask Councillor Roberts, there you are, behind my this was discussed at your meeting, and I believe, if my memory serves me right, it was basically not to be seen from the view from the canoe, that the 20% was going to be okay, but it wouldn't be to the side or to the front. And it wouldn't be a second story. I think that's my memory on this one.
Yeah, the synopsis of the minutes were no expanding forward, do not want additions on the side, eliminate the 10% in the new OP. There's a concern with the usage of percentages as this leads to a very different allowable square footage. And finally, a definition of grandfathering and definition of expansion is needed. May be misinterpreted what grandfathering entails. So that's basically a synopsis of the meeting.
So I'm going to suggest then that, because that would all be in the zoning bylaws, that we take, that we, I just wanted everybody to hear what our steering committee had discussed. Do I have an agreement then that we basically take it out of here and it reverts back to zoning? How many, can I see a show of hands? Hey, Madam Clerk, I know it's not official, but so Mr. McDonald, do you have your direction on that?
Yes, I do. Thank you very much. And I know I mentioned this one early on, that there was no, the one we just spoke about, there was no specific policy direction on it. We kind of took a flyer on it because of the other policy directions. So I think leaving it in the bylaw is the best course of action. So the next one is the site alteration target itself. So I think we've already had a conversation on this. I don't think we need to go back. We got some clear direction from you. We've got to think a little bit harder about how to deal with this issue in the OP. So we will have a proposal for you on this point in our second draft. So I don't intend to go through this section. Next one is lot creation and RCC. So this one's pretty straightforward, I'm thinking, because it was debated quite a bit through the policy direction phase of the process, and there was agreement that there would be no lot creation permitted on small and medium sized lakes that exceed the hard cap. So it's a very specific direction, apply hard cap to small and medium sized lakes. What I did do here is I carried forward a table that was prepared, I guess, last year, which identified what it actually meant for the small and medium lakes in the township. And it would affect 50 of 85 lakes, and they are all listed here. So that was done deliberately, of course, so you can see what the implications are. And I do note there are about 2,000 developed properties on these lakes and about 430 vacant properties. Now, vacant properties can still develop. It really just applies to new lot creation only. So this is the implication of that. We've done that in the official plan. This table will make its way in the official plan in one way or another, so it's clear to folks what lakes are affected. Any discussion on this one?
Yes, Councillor Hayes.
Thank you. Is there any way that you take into account what happens on that lake with recreational carrying capacity? I'm looking at Thorn Lake there, and I happen to know that the owners do not allow any motorized vehicles on their lake. So if you have a canoe or you have a rowboat, maybe an electric motor might be pushing it, but there are no gas motors allowed on that lake. So I'm looking at recreational carrying capacity would say no development, but yet these are very environmentally conscious owners, and they have developed the lake in a way that they feel adds no pollution to it whatsoever. So how do we take into account those exemptions from the rule, because we're making one base rule for everybody?
You have a
It's
comment,
a great
Mr.
question.
McDonald?
Yeah, thank you. That's a great question. Mr. Dyment is not here this afternoon. He had something else to deal with. The best I can do is take that under advisement, but I will say that the prohibition on lot creation is very much based on a mathematical analysis that's carried out: size of lake, amount of frontage, and you go from there. And it's really that simple. So does Mr. Pink have any comments on that he can add to this conversation?
Mr. Pink?
Thank you. No, I think as you indicated, it's a good question, but unfortunately that's perhaps one of the drawbacks of the simple RCC approach. It is largely just a mathematical calculation based on the size of the surface area of the lake, the number of lots around it, and if it's exceeded, that's those are the implications of it. So it wouldn't take into account specific restrictions that property owners have agreed to, or those types of measures.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Member Scalati.
I guess I really have a question on this as to when or how often are new lakes added to this list? I'm assuming it'd never come off the list, but how do we add to the list?
That's a good question. Sorry,
go ahead. Sorry.
Chair Bridgeman. That's okay. I should have let you speak first. I guess the answer to that is that lot creation occurs at a fairly limited level already. And my assumption is that if a lake is starting to get close to being at capacity from an RCC perspective, the planning department would keep a list of the lots created. And once it hit that trigger, that would be a problem. My suggestion would be that when that happens, the official plan would need to be amended to add a lake to a list. I wouldn't want it done any other way because it wouldn't be fair to just do it at the planning department counter, so to speak, and say, no, you can't have any more lots. The last guy just got his approval and he's done. So I would anticipate an official plan amendment to bring new lakes onto this list going forward.
Okay, thank you. Member Thompson.
Yeah, to the point that that Councillor Hayes made, I'm wondering if there's any way to allow the small lakes, medium-sized lakes that have other restrictions on their lakes to maybe through a lake plan or a simplified version of that to opt out of the RCC calculation if they, as a community, decide that they wouldn't mind to have more lot creation on their lake, if given that their behavior otherwise restricts the activity on the lake. Just a thought.
Through you, Chair Bridgeman, that's an excellent idea. I mean, lake planning is being held out as the way to deal with these issues on a lake by lake basis. And if there is a full and transparent process with many of the residents around the lake participating, and that's what they decide, I think that's a great idea and a great way to go forward with that. Future lake plans would be brought into the official plan through an official plan amendment. So that would be the time to change a policy in the RCC section that restricted lot creation.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Harding.
Thank you very much. I guess just I love some of the conversations about integrating lake plans into these and where we may look at going. I still struggle with somebody who's got 1,000-foot lot on one of these smaller lakes and we say no new lot creation as a hard cap moving forward. I wonder whether we implement somewhere along the lines that if our traditional lot creation is 200 feet or 300 feet, that we do 2x or 3x type of thing on these particular lakes. So, that 300-foot lot, you need a 900-foot lot or a 600-foot lot or whatever the number is to create it. If I've got 1,000 feet, is it really going to damage the lake to do 2 500-foot lots? And that may also be planning succession, depending on the size of the lake. And there's some sizable lakes, and there's a number of lakes here that there probably still are some sizable lots that could create 1 or 2 or 3 additional lots without impacting. So I guess I'd rather look at it potentially that way than a straight hard cap on no new lot creation.
Okay, thank you. Member Scolati.
Just coming back to how to get on that list, I was just suggest that a lake plan might be one of the ways to do it. So through the lake plan, you could petition to have it considered for inclusion under the RCC cap.
Correct. Member Arnie.
Sorry, apologies. Thank you. I'm through you, Chair. I have a basic concern with RCC. I am not convinced, and the point I think has been made with Thorn Lake as to its validity. But that being said, I'm interested in the lake plan discussion. I think lake plans are wonderful. Moon River had a lake plan, probably one of the early ones when Trillium was still funding them. But I look now at the lake plan as it's outlined in the requirements. That's a very costly process for a community. And I don't, the point has been brought up. Some of these lakes may have, as Mayor Harding said, a very large frontage that, because they're on this arbitrary mathematical formula, they're not allowed to redevelop. I've lost this one before. I know it's going to go forward, but I just like to be on record that lake plans are great, but they're not really feasible for many of these lakes. and I have a problem with RCC. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Member Clark.
Just reminding everyone, we went from 60 to 90 meters minimum frontage. So again, it's just the compounding of things. I mean, I think we either need to pick a frontage number or use RCC. I'm probably more with Patricia than I am maybe with the rest of the crowd, that I have some concerns about RCC, but we have 50 cottages already on this restriction list. That's probably going to shock a lot of those people. There's only 430 vacant properties according to other comments. I'm just wondering, did we take into account, David, the increase from 60 to 90 meters when we came up with that calculation? How many lots did we already stop when we increased our frontage? Might be good to know that before we do the double whammy. Thanks.
I'll get Mr. Pink to answer that, I think, but Member Clark, the vacant properties have those rights, is my understanding. It's new lot creation. Am I incorrect in that? Director Pink?
I think the issue would be if a
That's
current lot
correct.
is 600
RCP
feet.
applies to new lot creation, so the existing number of vacant lots is a separate matter, but I think your point is well noted. It's we're looking at increasing the lot frontages, and in addition to that, RCC. So it is quite restrictive on new lot creation potential as a result of these two policy directions.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. I support Member Arnie on this one, and really struggled a lot over the weekend with this particular one. Quite honestly, it's starting to feel like, someone had said to me close to 30 years ago, if you can't afford to be in Muskoka, you don't deserve to be in Muskoka, which is so wrong, so wrong, so wrong. And in fact, now we're going to attack the easiest ways that people could have a start in Muskoka. I get it that you got to be a millionaire, and I would say many of us that are actually living here now have become millionaires just because of rising property things. But I'm just very concerned, and it's interesting. I spend a lot of time on the lake. Just came off this morning, and it has been very notable that I think that if you were to say to me 25 years ago, maybe when I was that partier on Lake Muskoka, that yeah, we could be starting to limit how many boats and how much, the recreation and all of those fun things. That has died down so much over the years, like so much. And now I just feel like we're just starting to pick at this, there, and everywhere without actually any science behind the numbers that we're coming up with. We're just throwing numbers around, and I'm guilty of that as a counselor. I'm guilty that we just take a number that's thrown at us and said, sounds good to me, unless you're involved with having that type of a property. So, personally right now, I got a conflict. This is an attack on my property. I have to pay attention to that. Perhaps I'm not going to be able to have other family members live on my property and enjoy our small lake. But it really, really concerns me the direction that we're going, and I can't support virtually any part of the RCC on the small lakes. Again, I think that we're grasping at things and with no science behind it. I have had the opportunity to review some of Neil Hutchinson's work that he's, we look to Neil, or at least I have on past councils as him being knowledgeable and trusting, and that we should be embracing his work. And apparently we're not paying attention to it anymore. We're just going to come up with our own rules and science. And that really, really concerns me, the direction that we're going in. Thank you.
Member Clark?
Sorry, I just want to make sure I'm clear on something. The 430 vacant properties, David, if they're over 400 feet right now, would have the ability to serve, but we're going to take them to 90 meters, right? And so of these vacant properties, I guess my question was, do they just have an ongoing right to continue to sever? Or the minute these rules come into place, if they're 600 feet, are they stopped from being able to sever because of the, or 400 feet plus, are they stopped from being able to sever because of the CC and the new 90-meter restriction? Thank you.
Through you, Chair Bridgman, yes, basically.
I think the best way to describe it or look at it is if this RCC policies come in place, regardless, I think as the mayor earlier alluded, you could have 2,000 feet of frontage. If the lake has exceeded their RCC, no further lot creation would be permitted.
Okay, so that,
like I said,
that
the
was a
amount
bit
of
of
frontage is somewhat irrelevant of those vacant lots. I think the best way to look at it is if your lake is not on the RCC list, so those 35 remaining lakes, your minimum frontage requirement is now 300 feet as opposed to 200, and there's still potential. But if you're one of the 50 lakes, RCC will freeze that.
So sorry, my follow-on question to that was, you know, there's 430 vacant properties. How many of them get eliminated from severing or severing what they currently are because we're going from 60 to 90? Regardless of RCC, by going from 60 to 90, do we take 430 potential lots down to 150? Or is it sort of a moot point and that's why we're doing RCC?
Sorry, thank you, through you. I think the easiest answer is of those 430 presumably vacant properties, if they all exceed 100 feet of frontage, they could all develop. The RCC would not take away existing rights. However, none of them would be able to come forward and subdivide. Is that clarify?
I think where Member Clark is going is that how many of the 430 have 400 feet frontage, for example, and are eligible for severance today. And because we're changing it from 60 to 90, they would no longer be eligible for getting RCC. So I guess the simple answer is we haven't done those calculations. That would be quite a bit of work to go around each of these lakes to look at these vacant lots and figure out all their frontages. So we don't have that answer. I can certainly say that some of them would be affected by going to 60 to 90 for sure. What that number is, we don't know.
Okay, Mayor Harding.
Thank you. Just to circle back a little bit, I think we do need to do a lot more math, especially when it comes to RCC and hard caps and stopping development. I literally, in the last 2 minutes while we were chatting, pulled up Brandy Lake in Port Carling. The top 5 properties represent 8,000 feet of frontage over 5 properties. So, you know, they would never be able to develop, and we're suggesting that 8,000 feet of frontage couldn't be subdivided. I think that's a difficult pill to swallow moving forward. And I certainly know if I owned, you know, the largest one is 2,800 feet on Brandy Lake. The next one is 2,400 feet, 2 people. So, and we're going to say RCC is no more development. So I think you know where I stand.
Okay, Councillor Hayes.
Thank you, through you. If we have 85 lakes and we have now said, okay, 50 of them are now undevelopable through RCC, is that not going to put a strain on the other 35 small to medium lakes? Because a lot of people would like to move to Muskoka. They cannot afford the lots, or the lots are not available on the big lakes. So they're looking at the smaller lakes. So those 35 lakes may see a lot of development action in the next little while.
Director Pink, you want to? Director Pink?
Thank you, through you. Certainly that is a potential outcome. I would just clarify again, I wouldn't say the existing lots are undevelopable, they're undividable on those RCC, but that's correct. I think that's something committee should consider. There certainly will likely be a bit of a surge on those remaining lakes, and eventually over time, presumably every lake in our township would meet the RCC, and there would be no further lot creation on our medium and small size lakes. That's certainly a possibility under this model.
Thank you. Member Thompson.
I won't go through the exercise I did a couple of meetings ago in describing the math behind why it makes sense to do RCC on small and medium-sized lakes and shoreline frontage on larger lakes. But that point stands. But I wanted to ask why it is we got into this conversation, or how we got into this conversation in the first place about RCC and why it was brought up. I think there were a lot of people, from what I hear anyway, a lot of people on the small and medium-sized lakes that were interested in this concept, interested in having some form of, some mechanism for stopping lot creation on their lakes. And so is there any way that through the public process, we can go back to those lakes in particular, the ones that are affected, and get their response, get their reaction? I don't know, maybe it's unrealistic to do that, but I'm thinking that they should be very involved in making the decision as to whether or not they want an RCC, because I think that we got into this conversation in the first place because some of those lakes came forward.
Okay, well, we'll be advertising the public input as much as we can. I'm not sure beyond that what we can do. Member Thompson? Member Arnie?
Thank you, Chair Bridgeman. Yes, I agree. There was quite a bit of interest, but I also suspect that much of that interest had more to do with boat activity than it really had to do with lot creation. And, you know, boat studies to me would be a far more effective way of addressing that issue that was being brought forward. Somehow or other, recreational carrying capacity got to be related to boating activity. And you cannot control that boating activity. I've got an 80-foot lot next door to me that has 6 boats. And doesn't matter how many small lots or big lots. So I guess I suspect this is going to go out. I suspect it's going to create a great deal of reaction. And maybe those small lakes will come forward. But I hope they come forward with a clear understanding of what RCC does and doesn't do. And it doesn't control boat traffic. Thank you.
Councillor Kelly?
Thank you, and through you. I have a couple of random thoughts, but let's start with Member Arnie's last comment. I think one of the biggest issues with RCC is it's not easily understood, and it's got lousy public relations agents. It has never been very well explained. But once you dig into it, and once you rely on people, and I think Councillor Nishigawa referenced Neil Hutchison. I've spoken to Neil about it a couple of times. He's forwarded me some of his work. There's a science behind it, and a legitimate science, and I think a sufficient base of science to rely on in preparing our work on the OP or on the plan. The real risk of putting it out to the public for comment, and it needs to go, is it has to come with a lot of explanation. Member Arnie is absolutely right. Everybody hears it. Sorry, I don't know if you can hear me. My internet has been messing around for too long. Anyhow, everybody hears it, immediately assumes that they're going to be able to kick boats off the lake, and they think that's. If we're truly interested in limiting overdevelopment, this is but one tool to use to measure our already probably overdeveloped state of different bodies of water and make decisions on future development as a result. And so I support it, but it's not without a lot of work. It's not without a lot of digging and understanding to make sure you're comfortable that it does what you think it does.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. I've been looking at recreation carrying capacity with my peers on the lake for many years, and there is science behind it. And I think Jim Dyment, unfortunately, Jim is not here because he could probably discuss on the science. I agree with Councillor Kelly that it does need to be presented in a way. We never ever thought here on our lake about boat capacity or limiting boat capacity. That was never. What we are concerned mostly of is the threat, the documented, real, underlying threat that the lake is changing in health-wise, and that's not we're not just crying out that we got a problem. We have a factual problem, and recreation carrying capacity. We talk about the tools in the kit, and Tony Usher talked about that too. But we need to have all those tools. Recreation carrying capacity is the one that's really scientific, that has a basis. It goes back. Neil, I see you smiling there. Maybe not as much because you're much closer than I am to it. But there was a scientific back in 2004 or before that, where the Ontario government had that. So, anyways, it's got to go out to the public. But again, I agree. It's got to have the facts of what recreation carrying capacity is based on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Member Lundell.
Maybe I'm jumping ahead here, but I'm looking to the next item, which is the causation studies and the number of lakes that have issues. These are warm water lakes, small lakes, medium lakes. And so when you look back at the list that has been produced for us of 50 lakes, you can see that 8 of them are already identified as having had problems with water quality or requiring causation study through district planning. So I agree with Councillor Roberts that this is a tool. I know it's about social carrying capacity, but I think it is a tool that can be used to protect these smaller lakes against overdevelopment.
Okay, Mr. McDonald, I don't see any other comments. My sense is that there's agreement that we need to send this out to the public and get their reaction to it as it stands. A majority feeling that way.
That's
So
the
I think,
sense I got too, Chair Bridgman.
yes. So I think we're good on that one.
Okay, great. Next one is causation studies. So basically, this is a new policy in your official plan. There already are policies on causation studies in the district plan. And in the district plan, it applies to Ada Lake, Brandy, Bruce Lake, 3 Mile Lake, and Leonard Lake. And then David indicated that a few additional lakes were going to be added to that list, and I've got those listed here as well. There is no causation study requirement in your current official plan. However, given the way the district official plan is worded, it already prohibits lock creation on lakes where a causation study is required. So that prohibition is already in place. And I also noted in here too in the comments that the RCC policy would prevent lock creation on 3 of the lakes that are proposed to be added to the list: Bass Lake, Black Lake, and Silver Lake as well. So this is a district policy that we're implementing in the township's official plan. I don't know if we have any option to not implement that district policy. So I'm not sure how much discussion is required, but it is in this list because it is definitely a new thing for the township's official plan.
Okay, any comments? I'm not seeing any, so I think we'll just skip ahead.
Great. So the last basket of changes deals with rural lock creation, and I think I'll deal with all of them at the same time. So one of the challenges the township has had with rural lock creation and the rules is that the rules weren't consistent across the rural area. So we made an effort to create a one-size-fits-all rural lock creation policy framework. So what we're suggesting is the minimum lot area required is 2 hectares and 100 meters of frontage. There would be no restrictions on the number of lots that can be created. So that's different than in a few areas. So for example, in your low density development area, the current requirement is 1 hectare and 100 meters frontage. And there's also a cap of 1 new lot per landholding as of 1992. In existing country residential areas, it's 1 lot per landholding, but it's 4 hectares and 180 meters frontage required. In the current restricted rural area, there is no lot creation currently permitted. So that would be a permission that is being added. Within the rural clusters that currently exist in the rural area, we're suggesting that the minimum lot area be smaller than it currently is, 0.6 hectares and 60 meters, whereas today 1 hectare and 100 meters is required. And then the last thing we did is within the agricultural area, we've added in a permission for 1 lot permitted per 20 hectares. And this is certainly a new thing in the township because we are identifying that designation. We didn't change the lot creation minimums in the rural hamlet area. It's still 0.5 hectares and 60 meters. So in the end, what we've come up with is a consistent set of rules for the entire rural area. And we think it strikes a balance between where there were more permissions and where there were less permissions. And by not including a cap on the number of lots that can be created, we're basically going to a merit-based system that is based as well on minimum lot frontage and minimum lot sizing as well. There are other policies in the plan that have an effect on lot creation. For example, if you're on a scenic corridor, you're near environmental features or wetlands and so on. So there are other policies that come into effect. Obviously, if you're on a district road, there are policies there too. But this simply makes the permission consistent across the rural area, which is something that we learned very early on from David was something he'd like to see. Any questions or comments on that?
Anyone have any comments? Member Arnie.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to Nick. Thank you for that clarification. I'm wondering how in the OP we reflect some of those other restrictions. I guess my concern is we have pages and pages and pages of restrictions on waterfront development. And here we've got 4 policies that simply arbitrarily declare a size being appropriate for development with no character considerations. So where are those character considerations? How can one be directed, or how can they be reflected in our OP, I guess? Thank you.
Through you, Chair Bridgeman, that's a good question. We do spend a lot of time on the waterfront, certainly in this OP and in these discussions. I think we can do a better job to address that question in the policy framework by taking some of the other policies that apply in other parts of the plan and perhaps repeating some of them here so that there's clarity on what is expected when you're submitting an application. Character is important. Certainly a focus on scenic corridors, but character as a general issue is important everywhere. So I think we can do a better job on that, and we will.
Okay, Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. Just concerning the scenic corridor aspect of this, and actually reminds me of a couple of applications that have come forward in the past, along 118 and 169 actually, where it appeared that if we could have allowed development, but a shared driveway access, for instance. So if that lot was going to be subdivided into 3 different lots, that they just had one driveway access, which then creates that 100-foot setback of creating that forested area, that look of the scenic drive that we go, but I don't know how to bring that forward. Like I think that we could be better and more creative when we talk about our scenic drive and allow, so for example, if subdivision was going to happen, maybe we look at not having a driveway every 400 or 500 feet, which ends up being much wider and not much greater, but actually allow or encourage a shared driveway with an easement, those types of things. I hope that is understandable, but I do believe that we could be doing better in our scenic corridor.
Okay. Well, I am not seeing any other comments here, so I am assuming, Mr. McDonald, that can go ahead as is.
Yes, it will, and we'll certainly take a look at the scenic corridor policies as well to make sure that they relate easily with the law creation policies in the rural section. And we'll take a look at whether there's an opportunity to allow for what you're suggesting. I've seen that happen before. I've been involved in those kinds of applications, so I fully understand the intent. So with that, Chair Bridgeman, that's the table. That's really all I wanted to ever talk about with this group. In terms of the official plan, I've certainly got a lot of direction in terms of moving to the next draft. I think we need to talk about timing, and I think before we get there, Chair Bridgeman, you and I had indicated this too. If there are any other matters that need to be brought up, now would be the time before I get sent away to do some additional work on the plan.
I'm going to let Member Thompson speak in a minute. I think what I said in the beginning, if this is okay with everyone, is those new items we were going to circle around to. The suggestion was that those return to the steering committee or after you've done your second draft, and then they will be able to tackle that along with the second draft. So let's see if that works for everybody. Member Thompson.
Thank you. As I was looking through our current official plan over the weekend, I noticed that we have some policies on development on undeveloped lakes. And those policies do not seem to be brought into this official plan. I was wondering if there's a reason for that. Because certainly I would imagine that we would want to have a particular policy set for development on those lakes that have yet to be developed on.
Through you, Chair Bridgeman, I know we do have policies on remote lakes, but I don't know if we consider remote lakes and underdeveloped lakes as being the same thing. Perhaps Mr. Pink, you can weigh in and indicate whether that's something we need to add into this plan.
Okay, Mr. Pink's just looking through his notes here, so he'll just be a second.
Is the current, if I may?
Yeah, sure.
The current policy set, I think it's section B 17 is deals with the development of undeveloped lakes.
Right.
And there's several policies that reduce development potential and recognizing that undeveloped lakes are an important part of maintaining the ecosystem, and remote development is typically on a small lake, has substantial acreage and maybe adjacent to crown land, and keeps going on and on. And so I thought there was a good policy set.
Right. So I'm just not sure if that is the same thing as the small remote lakes that we call Category 3 lakes, but I may be mistaken on that. But if we've missed a policy set on a series of lakes, we will make sure we carry that forward for sure. I was under the impression we did carry forward all the policies on the various types of lakes in the township.
Okay, so I think Mr. Pink, are you ready? Okay.
Thank you. No, that is noted. I think I identified that earlier as well, and I think you can leave that with the consulting team and I to work through in draft 2. I think there was some confusion with respect to RCC and the medium lakes. There's some policy language that we need to clean up on the existing policy set. And I'm happy to have those further discussions with Nick and Jim on that. So thanks for bringing that up.
Okay, Member Arnie.
Yes, thank you. And following somewhat on what Member Thompson has mentioned, mine is a very high level concern comment. There are sections in the proposed OP that address climate change, that everything is to be looked at through a climate lens. And yet there's very little evidence of that throughout the document. Almost all of our local townships have climate action plans. I think this would be an opportunity to, when you're going through it again, possibly incorporate climate change considerations. And along that same vein, District of Muskoka has just been awarded over $4 million to invest in integrated watershed management. And yet watershed planning also is one little section of this proposed OP. I think there are a lot of places where that concept, and particularly to Laurie's point about small and remote lakes and how they fit in the chain of dealing with integrated watershed management, is something. Just suggest that you put those two lenses on when you're reviewing for the second policy, as opposed to having them as separate policies. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Jaglowitz.
Thank you, Chair, through you. Just a procedural matter. Was talk about a second draft. I'm just asking whether that second draft will be prepared before it goes to the working group for consideration, and if it does, then that would probably necessitate a third draft before it comes back from us. So maybe you could just clarify when we will be seeing a new draft.
Well, I'm not sure about timing, but you're right. It's going to go to the working group before it comes to planning committee, whether it needs to have another draft done before that, or we just bring whatever the concerns are to planning committee before it goes out to the public. But I'm going to let Mr. Pink talk about the process a little bit more.
Thank you. I guess I would look to Mr. McDonald with respect to timing. However, I think the direction we've heard this morning is the intention is to hopefully pass a resolution at the conclusion of this meeting. I only noted one policy direction that was changed. That's with respect to requiring deeded mainland access for water access properties. The resolution would also direct that, based on all the input received over these last few meetings, that the consulting team produce draft 2. That draft 2 will go to the working committee for some further discussion. And at that point, once they've had those discussions and made any further changes, the document would come back to planning committee for a final sort of endorsement, so to speak, to circulate to the public for some public consultation, whether that's draft 3 or draft 2, version 2. You can leave that with the consulting team. So that would be roughly the process. And then we would, again, that's not circulating for the statutory public meeting and open house. That would still be just circulating, as we discussed at the prior meeting, likely an online survey, perhaps a digital type of open house where members of the community could come and ask questions of the consulting team and staff. But at this stage, again, the direction will be to produce a draft 2 and have further meetings in front of solely the working committee, not working and planning committee, to further review draft 2. And again, I'd look to Mr. McDonald as to when he feels he may be able to turn that document around.
So,
Mr. McDonald?
Supplementary when he's finished.
Let's just see what the timing is for.
Well, I guess through sorry about that. In response to that, in terms of timing, I'm looking at my calendar. I'm going to need about 3 weeks to work on a second draft, and that's probably minimum. And then I'd want David to obviously take a look at it and advise. So I'm thinking it's a 4-week turnaround. And I'm assuming that whatever gets done should be circulated at least a week in advance of a further meeting. So we're probably into the first week of June for a meeting with the steering committee. How many meetings that takes, I don't know. It might be one or more. It's something I can't predict because I'm not in control of that. But all I can do is tell you what the next step is, and hopefully everything happens in a, I guess, an expeditious manner after that, because we really want to get out in the summertime to get as much input as we can on the draft OP.
So,
Okay, thank you. Follow up, Councillor Jaglowitz?
yes, so just for ease of discussion, I'm going to call draft 2 the one that goes to the working group, and draft 3 the one that comes to planning. So for those of us that are not on the working group, just a clarification, will we, I know it won't be made public, but will we be able to see a copy of draft 2 before it goes? Or will we have to wait until it then gets further discussed in its draft 3? I know we're not going to provide input to it. The working group's going to do it on their own. I understand that. But if I had a choice, it'd be helpful to see that you've properly summarized in our minds what was discussed here before it goes, not that it would need our approval, just that we would actually be able to see it. So I wonder if you could clarify that. Thank you.
Well, I think I'll look to Director Pink, but I don't believe so, Councillor Jaglowitz. That's going to go only to the working committee. Director Pink?
Might have to, thank you, through you. I can certainly put more thought into that. I think my initial reaction is it certainly wouldn't be discussed publicly like we are currently at a webcast meeting. However, I think circulating it to councillors for their information doesn't seem inappropriate to me, but let me put more thought into that. But again, I think one of the benefits per se is, you know, that when it returns to the working committee, you can have more fulsome discussion, not live on YouTube, and work on that document. So hope that helps.
Thank you. That's what I was looking for. Just that we're kept in the loop, but we're not part of the process till it comes back. Thank you.
Okay, great. Councillor Hayes.
Thank you. I've been working with Jim with the community areas, and I've noticed that there were 26 pages in the old OP. There's 7 pages in the current one. Will the inclusions and exclusions that are area specific be included in the schedules that aren't included just yet? I just want to make sure that we don't miss those kind of codicils that like Milford Bay has said that they don't want any institutional in there. And will they be included in the schedule that you'll be attaching that we haven't seen yet?
Through you, Chair Bridgeman, yes, we'll certainly make sure that whatever enhancements need to be made to the community areas designation, we will make those in consultation with David going forward.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Mazan.
Thank you, and through you. I can't remember who was just talking about, I think it was Member Arnie, and talking about providing an environmental lens throughout this document. Just one observation I made as I was reading it was the series or the flow of the words environmental, social, and economic. It varies, and I'll give you an example. And I just thought it would be good to have a consistent pattern throughout the document. So for example, on page 39 under D1.62B, that's a consideration of cumulative impacts. We have multiple environmental stressors can impact environmental, social, and economic systems. Not to pick on aggregates, but then I flip to it on K1, and where is it? The order is different. Where is it? It says K1D, ensure that mineral aggregates extraction is carried out in a manner that minimizes negative social, economic, and environmental impacts. So in this case, I do think the order should be consistent throughout the document. So that would be point one. Point two, I would like to support Councillor Jagowitz comments that as a councillor that will now not be a part of version 2, finding a way to keep us engaged or having status updates is an important part of this process. So how that happens, I will defer to the managers of the process, but I would like to support his comments as well. Thank you.
Okay, agreed. All right, so I don't see any more questions at this point, Mr. McDonald, so I think I probably need the motion from, oh, okay, so 5-minute break so that Mr. Pink can draft this motion and then we'll wrap things up, I think. So back at 2:05. Okay, I think we're back here. We've got everything in place. So we're good, Madam Clerk, with everybody here? Well, we have 9. Okay. So it's my understanding that just planning committee is voting on these? Okay, it would just be planning committee voting on these as elected representatives. All right, moved by Councillor Roberts, seconded by Councillor Zavitz. Be it resolved that special planning committee recommend to council that the consulting team prepare draft 2 of the township official plan based on the directions received at the meetings of March 29th, April 1st, 6th, 16th, and 26th, 2021. Township department comments and a change to policy direction number 18 that no longer requires deeded access to a property on the mainland for new lot creation of water access properties, and that draft 2 be reviewed by the official plan review working committee prior to further consideration by the planning committee. Any discussion? All in favor? Madam Clerk, we have a majority, that passes. Okay, thank you very much. And then we're going to read the next one, moved by Councillor Roberts, seconded by Councillor Zavitz, and this is to have draft 2 prepared. No, what's this one? That's just an extra? Sorry, okay, it was, you're right, okay. All right, well, unless anybody has anything else, I'm going to read the motion to adjourn. And I want to thank everybody again. It's been a lot of meetings. We made great progress today, and thank you, Mr. McDonald, and through you, Mr. Dyment. And to Director Pink, I know how much time has been spent on all of this. So we'll look forward to seeing the next draft coming up soon. Okay, moved by Councillor Kelly, seconded by Mayor Harding. Be it resolved that the special planning committee meeting adjourn at 2:10 p.m. All in favor? Okay, great. Okay, thank you again, everybody. I hope you can get out and get some sunshine. Bye.